Ringo TV Reactions. Make sure you rate, comment, and subscribe. We got a lot of work to do, fam. So, we're back again with another one. Very, very interesting topic that we got to cover here. DayStar is pretty much in the news. You know, Christianity is a false religion. A lot of you may not want to hear that, but you need to pay attention because everything is being exposed. Cat Williams was right, and the Christian church is no exception. You see, here on Ringo TV, we've been exposing these wolves, these false prophets, for a very long time. And I got a lot of work to do. Because now there's a scandal that's going on rocking the Christian world. But it's not just DayStar that's being exposed. YouTubers are being exposed. Social media influencers that are Christians are being exposed. Like, I'm gonna expose all of y'all. See, what a lot of you influencers don't understand is this. The Most High is using you to do work to help me do my work. Because all of y'all frauds. None of y'all rep the Most High. You don't believe in the Bible. You got a bunch of hypocrites in these churches acting like they following Jesus, but they in sin. Everybody committing adultery. And the church is full of greed. And this situation and scandal with DayStar is all the proof you need. So we're going to pretty much cover this case. I have a lot of videos to make. A whole bunch. My work is cut out for me, man. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Yo, nigga, about that paper.
Ringo TV.
Yo, nigga, about that paper. Yo, nigga, about that paper. Yo, nigga, about that paper.
Ringo TV.
Yeah. True man, I'm free. I wake up a new episode. I pop out cleaners, keep me up a level though. She talk to me like I'm not me. I get it though. Yeah. I'm so eclectic, got me to the credits roll. Talk down to me, they might have to send medical. I'm out the league, I'm OD, they pathetic though. Look how I move, I'm protected. Shawty so swoon in my presence. The world going through it outside, they unruly, but I keep it cool, they can't press me. I keep it pure with intention. They see what I'm on, ain't no vixen. I might slide through with that top down. I keep it tuned with a high power. Put it on me, I'm blessed. Young nigga blessed. Big bag, manifest the sky, no stress. Keep no evil around me, can't ground me. I built it since when I had less. No hex on, God can't pause, nigga, look at how far we progress. Whatever we doing, we keeping it fluid, I don't see a thing about that paper.
Ringo TV.
Yo, nigga, about that paper. Yo, nigga, about that paper. Yo, nigga, about that paper. Hop on that jet, had to switch to the coast. One of a kind, I've been playing that role. They pay me, I needed it for. It's real if I said I meant what I spoke. I'm legend, it's written, I shake up the city. Spin block till I'm dizzy, won't ever go broke. I'm chose, I must like to wear that top down. I keep in tune with a high power. Put it on me, I'm blessed. Young nigga blessed. Big bag, manifest the sky, no stress. Keep no evil around me, can't ground me. I built it since when I had less. No hex on, God can't pause, nigga, look at how far we progress. Whatever we doing, we keeping it fluid. I don't see a thing about that paper.
Ringo TV.
Yo, nigga, about that paper. Yo, nigga, about that paper. Yo, nigga, about that paper. Put it on me, I'm blessed. Big bag, but I fix the sky, no stress. Can't ground me, I know this since when I had less. Look at how far we progress. Lord, I don't see a threat.
So, in case you're joining in, we're talking about the scandal. You may be wondering, what scandal? What's going on? Well, DayStar is in a whole lot of hot water. I mean, man, we're talking about abuse, sexual abuse, adultery, sin, greed, power struggle. Man, there's so much to talk about. And you know, people be getting mad at me when I do this kind of content. But see, I'm the only one on YouTube that's actually qualified to do this because I'm not affiliated with nobody. All of these influencers on YouTube, and I'm talking about the Christian influencers, all of them are false too. Yeah, I'm talking about all of you. All of you influencers that are trying to cover this story, or all of y'all false too. Y'all with the devil, because y'all don't even rep the Most High. See, it's all about the bread. Nobody really give a fuck about the people. This is why I got to come in and do the work, because I'm the only one that keep it real. See, a lot of these Christian charlatans, they really don't follow the Messiah. They don't. They're motivational speakers that keep you dumbed down and docile long enough for them to be pretty much put on a pedestal for you to worship. Which brings us to the DayStar situation. Yeah, it's really, really hot. A lot of drama, a lot of madness, a lot of evil. There's so much to talk about. I gotta make like 30 videos. Yeah, I'm gonna make about 30 or 50 videos off of this issue. That's right, I think I'm gonna be up all night. Think of that, yeah. Cause you know, I'm working all day on the studio, doing what I gotta do. And it's like, the Most High brought this to my attention. I'm like, oh, okay. Time for me to go to work. So let's get to the tapes. Let's find out what's going on, man, because Joni Lamb, I mean, she's an evil, evil woman. Very evil. She believes she's the voice of God, people. Imagine a woman claiming to be the voice of God. Nah, man. You know, DayStar pretty much fired, you know, Jonathan. And the reason for that is because Jonathan and Suzy Lamb, you know, expose the family's dirty secrets. And they didn't want to submit to authority. So they tried to pressure them and bully them and use fear tactics and lawsuits and threats with lawyers and attorneys and all sorts of other mess to try to silence them and, you know, get them to stop. But they kept talking. They took it to social media to share their grievances, claiming they're fearful for their lives. So what we got is the Christian cult that is literally falling. The end of DayStar. Let's get to these tapes, find out what's going on, because some of y'all probably like, what exactly is happening? Like, what's really going on? Okay, I'm gonna get to the tapes right now. Gonna play these tapes, gonna make you hear what's going on, all right? And put a 1 in the chat if the audio is good, if you can hear me clear, everything is good. Let's get to these tapes.
During their time at DayStar, former DayStar Vice President Jonathan Lamb and his wife Suzy Lamb say they were spiritually abused by Jonathan's mother, DayStar President Joni Lamb, and her close ally, Jimmy Evans. Jimmy is the founder of XO Marriage and Tipping Point Ministries. And what you're about to hear is stunning audio from a meeting between Jimmy Evans, Joni Lamb, and Jonathan and Suzy. Welcome to a special edition of The Roys Report, a podcast dedicated to reporting the truth and restoring the church. I'm Julie Roys. And what you're about to hear is one of the most stunning examples of spiritual abuse that I've ever witnessed. According to author Remy Diedrich, spiritual abuse happens when people use God or their supposed relationship with God to control people for their benefit. And in this video, Joni Lamb is upset because Jonathan and Suzy refused to read a listener comment praising her recent marriage to sex therapist Doug Weiss. So she brings in her ally, Jimmy Evans, and for 90 minutes, they tell Jonathan and Suzy to submit to Joni, claiming she's the voice of God and that together they're representatives of God. When the couple resists, Joni says they're living in rebellion and they'll bring a curse on themselves and their kids. In the interest of transparency, we're releasing the full audio, which was recorded July 11th, 2023.
Now think about all that you just heard right there. Doesn't that sound familiar? Doesn't that sound like the things that your pastor would say in church? That if you don't submit to him, God is going to send a curse? That you're going to lose everything you got? That you're not going to be blessed? You're going to lose your job? Your children are going to suffer because you don't want to submit to your pastor? In other words, don't speak against your pastor because God is going to get you. See, this is called church abuse. And it's all being exposed. Now, the woman pretty went off and got married to a so-called sex therapist and all this other mess. But then they brought out abuse that happened years ago. And because Jonathan pretty much is speaking about it, all of a sudden the church, the network, is upset. Now, this audio, I believe this is like secret audio that was possibly recorded somehow. I don't know exactly what's going on with that, but man, it's as if though this was not supposed to be aired, but the Most High want to expose. And let me make this also clear for you, fam. Like, I'm here reviewing the tapes. I don't trust none of these people. Even the people who make these videos that I'm reacting to. All of them are frauds. Do you understand me? The rabbit hole goes deep, yeah. It's a power struggle for greed, to control the people. Because that's what the Christian church is known for. You got one network they control. This one control. That bishop control. And they just control the money. So if the church is getting shaken up, the people go to this church, or they go to that network, or they watch this influencer, and it's like they're just being tossed to and fro. And nobody's getting the gospel. And nobody's repenting of their sins. Because throughout all this ordeal with the church, nobody repenting and nobody's preaching against sin. That's what's happening in today's day. So let's get to the tapes. Let's find out what's going on.
Send me that email. I was so mad and angry that I'm going to send to it. I needed time to think about it, so I didn't respond, and I called you, and I called two other ministers, and I called a prophetic person that they all respect. It's kind of what through the journey with me, where you've been the main one to know everything. So I called you, and I told you what happened. There was a viewer feedback that we've gotten a lot of comments. And so, because I'm introducing Doug to the audience, we're going to read one. I just want to tell you how much I've enjoyed watching Ministry Now with Joni's new husband, Dr. Weiss. But this is a viewer. Mm-hmm. He seems wonderful, and they seem wonderful together. I also love watching the DayStar singers sing songs like No Fear and how they feature different people. It's amazing. Congratulations to Joni on her new marriage to a wonderful guy. Seems like he's a lot of fun. But they refused to read it. And I told you about that. And then Jonathan sent me the email that I've let you read. And so I'll just let you respond, because I said, I need you to respond to me the way you feel about this.
Well, so can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So do you feel that she's in an adulterous relationship?
No, that's not why we didn't do that.
You do feel that way? Do you feel like she's in an adulterous relationship?
Oh, I mean, I think God's the judge of that.
Yeah.
I can't really say for sure.
Well, you're judging. I mean, your refusal to read that, you're
That's
judging.
not because of that, though.
Why is it because?
That's a boundary. That's her marriage. It's different from ministry.
But
Ministry
she works.
is here we're here to talk about God. and we're here to do that. Her marriage is out of DayStar. It's private. We have no relationship with him. He has not talked to us once. We don't talk. I will never be fake on TV.
Yeah. So here's my opinion. So she's your mom, and so if you were pastor of First Baptist in Lubbock, then you would not have to acknowledge the relationship. You know what I'm saying? Because you're separate, but you're here. You're in DayStar, and she's your mom. She's also the boss, and you're making a judgment. Now, if it's a personal thing, great. Christmas, Thanksgiving, birthdays, you're welcome to do whatever you want to privately.
Mm-hmm.
But because you're an employee here, what you're saying is you don't recognize her marriage to Doug as a part of DayStar, which means if Doug's on the set.
Because we don't want to read something about him, viewer feedback, that's us saying that we don't acknowledge our marriage.
Yeah, Suzy,
No.
you're making a judgment. You're making a judgment that their relationship is invalid.
No, that's wrong. It's a personal relationship with him that I don't have.
Basically, what's happening here is they're not interested in reading viewer feedback regarding their marriage, right? And the man is asking them, is it a situation with adultery? Do you agree with the marriage? Like, what really is the issue here? And it's like, one thing I don't like about what Christians do is when they're asked the question, they say, well, I'm not judging. I'll leave that up to God. You know what I mean? When they should know what the answer is. So we're going to rewind it back so you can hear that again, because what's going on here is happening in all churches, where the leadership, when they have certain people that are employed by the church that is not in line with the agenda, which is normally to take your money, right? That's normally the agenda in the church. It's not about winning souls. It's not about Jesus Christ. It's not about helping people overcome their problems and sins. It's the primary goal is just to take your money, because religion is a business, right? You need to understand it. When you come to my platform, understand this. I'm not like these YouTubers. Do you understand me? I'm here to give you the raw truth the way you need to hear it. Christianity was set up as a business to keep people stupid, to keep people dumbed down and docile, to keep people dancing, keep them entertained, while the pastors, the bishops, the networks, they just take your money. And then when you die, you go to hell, because what you believe about the Bible is already wrong, because you're not even following the commandments, right? You don't even know who the biblical Israelites are. You don't obey the laws. You don't obey nothing. You believe that you're under some sort of grace where you could say a prayer and I could just continue in sin and grace abound. So you have a lot of people that are in Christianity that are dying, believing that when they die, they're going to go to some sort of heaven. We're going to have a mansion and we're going to live it up, only to lift their eyes up in hell. Because on earth, these networks and pastors and bishops, they're living in heaven. They're the ones driving the Rolls Royce, living in the mansions, while you are struggling to survive, right? So when it comes to these churches, these networks, these institutions of the devil, their job is to keep everybody in line. Now, that doesn't mean that Jonathan is a good guy, because he's also being used by the devil. See, what you have to understand is all of this is playing out just so that I can expose it. All of these different characters are from the devil. So one may look like the good guy, one may look like the bad guy, but in truth, all of them ain't shit, because they were all in it together in order to get your money. So who the fuck is Jonathan to be coming out now trying to expose the dirty laundry of the family? He ain't shit either. Neither is Suzy, or whatever the hell her name is, because all of them were embedded beforehand to get your money. So now it's designed to make Joni look like the devil, even though she is a devil and a witch, right? And a Jezebel, right? But the truth is, the way the Most High worked, he allowed them to expose each other just so that a real man of the Most High, in whom you don't even know, will come forward and expose all of them together, to just pack them all up and get them on out of here. So I appreciate, Jonathan, or whatever your name is, I appreciate the fact that you came forward with your wife to expose your family's dirty laundry just so that I can expose all of y'all. Because all of these people were involved in taking the money from the people, robbing the people, living a lie. But when one can't get their way, because again, it's all a power struggle. That's what it is. It's one big power struggle. When one can't get their way, they begin to go against the grain, going against the authority of the cult, against the secret society of Christianity. These people been in the business for damn near 30, 40 years. It's a family enterprise. Do you understand that? So we're going to go back to these tapes because I need for you to understand all of these individuals involved are all from the devil. None are innocent. So even though you have allegations of abuse, sexual abuse, and various other things, adultery, misconduct, greed, all of these things are coming out. But none of them are innocent. None of them. Because remember, Joni Lamb, Jonathan, that's her son. You see that? So when you think about what's going on here, it's a family business. It's a family business. That's what's going on here. And she went and got married to a sex therapist. Like, there's so much, let me tell you, there's so many videos. I've been watching video clips here and there, all this other stuff. It's disgusting. It's disgusting what's going on. And this is all coming out of Christianity. So the Christian community is in uproar. Everybody want to know what's happening. Everybody want to know what's going on. No, what's going on is the Most High is exposing the fact that you need to get out of these churches and you need to come out of Christianity. Because it's all falling apart because all of these people are of the devil. You got to have a personal relationship with the Heavenly Father yourself and stop depending on all of these charlatans because none of these people ain't perfect. See, a lot of y'all probably would never expect that DayStar would be involved in all of these other issues. There's so much information that is on the air, on the web right now. I got a lot of content that I got to cover. And the Most High is putting all of this on my plate at one time, and my plate is overwhelmed with information. I don't even know where to begin. It's so much information about this story here. It's crazy. So let's get back to the tapes and hear more of what's going on here.
Okay, so she's married to Doug now.
Yeah, that's her husband.
Okay, and you're on her show.
Okay.
Ministry Now is her show.
Okay.
This is her network.
Right.
Okay.
Well, it's God's, but yeah. God has put her in charge.
That's right. And so she is saying, as a directive, I want you to read this comment related to Doug and me. And you're saying no.
Yeah, I will not go against my convictions is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, if that's your personal conviction, I just don't know. And what I said to Joni is, I just don't know how you continue to work here if that's
because our job is about God, interviewing people, getting their testimony. That's the job we do.
What she says. And so here's the thing. So if you have a personal conviction and you're saying we can't recognize it, I respect that. Okay? I completely respect that. For you guys individually, wherever you are. But as an employee here, you're making a judgment on the relationship that she has with Doug that says it's not scriptural. Now, you believe that. You don't believe it's scriptural. Okay? It's not scriptural, which means it's adulterous, which means she has an invalid marriage. And so you're unwilling to recognize it, and you're the vice president of the network. Okay? So I'm saying, individually, I respect your boundaries. If that's a boundary, I get that. As an employee, that's not that you can't do it. Now, if she's asking you to commit a sin, don't do that on any job. Okay, she's not asking you to do commit a sin. Now, that's our conviction. Now,
Think about what you're hearing. Think about how you hear this man trying to coerce them into, I guess, thinking the way he want them to think, right? This goes on in all churches. This goes on in the record business, in the industry. When you're a part of these secret societies, they pull you into these meetings. And this is how they talk to you. Now, they don't agree with her marriage. They don't agree with that. But there's a lot more dirt that came out. And it's spilled out all over the web. It's all over the place. There's so many video clips. I got about 50 different videos I gotta review. I don't know where to begin because the story is crazy. It's so much dirt, so much family secrets. And this is how it is in a lot of these places. You be seeing the smiles, you be seeing these Christian families, and you be thinking, man, they just following Jesus. No, it's a lot of abuse because the mom, she covered up abuse for years and years and years because family members were abusing the kids, and yet nobody spoke up about it. So the children was left to just suffer. And this goes on in a lot of households, man. And it's time for all of this to be exposed. And the people need to know the real.
Okay.
Ministry Now is her show.
Okay.
This is her network.
Right.
Okay.
Well, it's God's, but yeah. God has put her in charge.
That's right. And so she is saying, as a directive, I want you to read this comment related to Doug and me. And you're saying no.
Yeah, I will not go against my convictions is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, if that's your personal conviction, I just don't know. And what I said to Joni is, I just don't know how you continue to work here if that's
because our job is about God, interviewing people, getting their testimony. That's what the job we do.
What she says. And so here's the thing. So,
Notice he said your job is about doing what she says. That's your job. Doing what she says. I'm telling you, this is crazy.
if you have a personal conviction and you're saying we can't recognize it, I respect that. Okay, I completely respect that. For you guys individually, wherever you are. But as an employee here, you're making a judgment on the relationship that she has with Doug that says it's not scriptural. Now, you believe that. You don't believe it's scriptural. Okay? It's not scriptural, which means it's adulterous, which means she has an invalid marriage. And so you're unwilling to recognize it, and you're the vice president of the network. Okay? So I'm saying, individually, I respect your boundaries. If that's a boundary, I get that. As an employee, that's not that you can't do it. Now, if she's asking you to commit a sin, don't do that on any job. Okay, she's not asking you to do it, commit a sin. Now, that's our conviction. Now, your conviction is she's asking you to sin because she's asking you to recognize a marriage that you don't recognize.
No, to speak statements that I don't agree with.
Yeah.
But they're not your statements. It was a viewer statement.
Yeah.
So you're reading a viewer comment.
Well, so what I said to her on the phone was, you just can't do that. I mean, as an employee, you can't impose your personal views on something that affects the network. She's married. She's married to Doug. Doug's going to be on the set during Ministry Now, during A Heart for the World. He's going to be in the building.
We've been completely fine. We just do our jobs and leave. We've not done anything.
So would you be on the set with Joni and Doug talking about their marriage?
Why? What would we talk about? It's not our marriage. It's her marriage. If it's Heart for the World and we're doing it for DayStar, yeah.
But if they were talking about their marriage,
What would we do? Obviously, we'd just stand there.
would you say anything?
What would we have to say? We have no
But I'm
part in their
saying,
relationship. We'd have no
if there was a
relationship right
conversation going on that had to do
now.
with their marriage,
What would we have to say about it? Nothing.
you wouldn't recognize the marriage.
Why would we have to recognize anything? They're married. We're not going to say she's single.
You do have to recognize their marriage. You were asked to read a comment.
She's married.
You wouldn't read the comment.
Yeah, because that's about Doug.
It's about what?
It's about Doug.
So it's Doug that you're against.
It's Doug that we have no relationship with, yes. I'm not going to fake something that it's not there.
So you're not saying it. It was a viewer comment. Can I read what the pastor said? This is the pastor of 35 years. Joni, I've been giving thought and prayer to the issue with your kids.
Who's this pastor?
Here are some thoughts. First, we learn in the Old Testament that rebellion is the sin of witchcraft. The reason rebellion is like witchcraft is because when we rebel against authority that is set over us, we are stepping out from under the protective covering and inviting demonic spirits to attack us with no covering.
Do you see how she's manipulating the scriptures by talking about you have to obey the authority? So in her mind, she's made the authority. God made her the authority, and everybody's supposed to obey her. This is basically what she's saying. This is how churches control the people. They use Bible scriptures and twist them for their own profit.
Witchcraft is inviting demonic spirits to influence our lives. If we feel the authority over us is in error, we have the right to appeal to the authority in humility. If the authority decides to continue with the choice they have made, then we have two options. We remove ourselves from that authority, or we submit to that authority. There is not a third option of staying under the authority and attempting to force them to change or stay with our opinion. That is rebellion on steroids and will open destruction in our lives. Correction for those in authority is God's job, not ours. If we try to correct them, we are being God. Correction for those being in authority, again, is God's job, not ours. If I have seen people become self-appointed correctors, which is what we have here, of those in authority, and watch their own lives fall apart because their rebellion destroyed them. This is 35 years of being a pastor. When we submit to authority, even if we don't fully agree with them, we protect ourselves and allow God to bless us. I've personally been in some positions where I did not understand why God had me in that role at that time, because I saw things that I could not support. I prayed and knew I was where I was supposed to be, so I kept my mouth shut and refused to speak anything negative about the person in authority. In every situation, my submission and humble attitude allowed God to bless me in ways I could have never imagined. At the same time, God took care of the person who was in authority, but not always the way that I thought that he should, but it would always be the right way. Secondly, in addition to this being an issue of rebellion to submission, I believe this is an issue of trust. Our years of personal interaction have caused us to trust you to be a woman of God who desires the things of God. And so he goes on to say, any child has had moments when they thought they were smarter than their parent. That is the way life works. But on the other hand, not only you're a boss, but as these are your children, we choose to trust our parents even when we may be tempted to think we know better than them. This is an issue of honor. The Bible teaches us to honor our mother and father, that it may go well with us and that we may live a long and prosperous life. The Bible puts no qualification on that commandment. We are told honor our parents, blah, blah, blah. He goes on, but basically
The Bible didn't tell you to honor your parents when they're wicked and doing evil. Bible didn't tell you to do that. Bible didn't tell you if your father is molesting your younger brother that you're supposed to honor him. These people are wicked. These people are evil. And the family is basically exposing the family. You can't honor that. I guess the children see that the mom is wicked and they're rebelling against that authority, if that's what you want to call it. You don't honor wickedness. And there's no honor amongst thieves. So you can't even expect them to do the right thing anyway.
saying,
Who is that asking them?
it doesn't matter who it is.
No, I'm just curious.
It's somebody that you would trust.
But why can't you tell me?
And then the prophetic person said,
Mom, why can't you tell me who it is?
the prophetic,
Mom, can you answer my question?
no, I'm not going to tell
But
you.
why?
This
Why are you
because-
hiding who it is?
Because they don't want to get in the middle of it with you guys.
So basically, some prophetic person is making that stuff up. Jonathan is asking, well, who is that person? Oh, I'm not going to tell you.
Jimmy is the main person that I'm talking
I know,
to,
but-
but they said I could use.
That's disingenuous. It shows their word can't stand up to any type of rebuttal if we can't talk to
Let
them.
me finish this, and I'll ask them if I can share with you.
Okay.
Who it is? The prophetic minister said, because you know a prophetic person, that this is my Alamo, and it's time for me to take a stand. That this is no longer acceptable that I'm married, and that this is this disrespect and dishonor and rebellion on the highest level. And he said, no more mixed or divisive signals. Doug and I are one. If they disrespect him, they're disrespecting me. And then I had one of the singers, and it was not Cindy, who sent me on the day that I,
What was that about? I'm sorry, just to clarify, the Alamo. Is he saying that it's your Alamo?
Yeah, he's saying that there's a time to take a stand against what you guys are doing, and that I can't allow that to happen, and that you didn't build DayStar, and that you have inherited the blessing, but you didn't build it. And so I'm the appointed person that God's put in charge, and for you to disrespect me in the level you did is not acceptable. But this is the interesting thing. On the day that they wouldn't read it.
Do you see how DayStar is not from God, guys? It's from the devil. They look at it as a business. You did not build DayStar. You're inheriting this. This is a blessing. This is this. It's not about ministry. It's not about Jesus. It's about money. I know a lot of you Christians that might be mad with me because you just don't like when anybody talk about Christians. You just look at it as an attack from the devil or some sort of nonsense. It's not an attack from the devil. Most of you that are stuck in Christianity are following the devil. The devil is very brilliant with manipulating you, deceiving you. He's very good at that. The deception of the devil is so good. He'll come to you as a wonderful person, full of love. Y'all be thinking the devil is always somebody that hate. No. The devil will love you for 15 years, show you nothing but kindness, hugs, kisses, gifts, cards, and candy, and then kill you. That's how the devil will work. He's very manipulative. He knows how to transform into an angel of light. And he uses ministers every single day to keep you deceived because they use smooth words when they preach. They tell you exactly what you want to hear. Have you ever seen a social media influencer and they come on camera and they're telling you a bunch of smooth words, and it's like everything they say, you can relate to it. You're like, damn, this guy is preaching, man. I mean, man, I'm going through that same thing, man. And he's telling you about how you're doing this and God is going to bless you and you just got to do that. All of those different things that he's telling you is to tickle your ears, playing with your emotions, to keep you coming back. And then once he got you trapped and locked in, you become pretty much a zombie. And now you believe that that person is above reproach, above criticism. Nobody could tell them nothing. They can never do wrong. Just like how when people see me expose T.D. Jakes, they get mad at me because they believe that T.D. Jakes is perfect. All these pastors are perfect. No, these pastors are evil men. The Most High going to put them all to death. They're going to all go to the lake of fire, all of them. All Christian pastors in today's day are from the devil, people. Christianity is a business. I've been exposing false teachers and false prophets since 2006 on YouTube. All of these charlatans and these influencers on YouTube that acting like they're exposing a preacher, they're all from the devil. Because they're not even qualified to talk about the things they're talking about. Because they still believe in the bullshit of Christianity. You cannot tell me that you're a believer in the truth when you don't even acknowledge his commandments. You don't even know who the biblical Israelites are. You don't even acknowledge what we've been through in terms of the transatlantic slave trade that is written of in the Bible. So what happens is Christians are really never obeying the Bible. They just follow what religion gave them. It's a feel-good thing. You just got to love, love, love. They don't believe in telling people the truth. Because to be honest with you, Jesus Christ made it very clear that men that really preach the gospel, they're going to be hated. And he said that you're going to be put to death. They're going to persecute you. You know what it means to be persecuted? Being persecuted is not somebody making a YouTube video. Being persecuted is when somebody's trying to destroy your life, kill you, take everything that you have away. These pastors are not experiencing that. They're living the best life. All Christian pastors are living in $1 million homes, driving the best automobiles. All of these Christian networks are multimillionaires, Please explain to me why. The disciples didn't have none of that. And it's not even just about the material thing. At the same time, you got to look at these things for what they are. Why is it that all of these people that claim they're Christians that are in leadership role are rich and wealthy, but the people in whom they claim they serve are poor? Why? Why is it that the Christians claim they follow Jesus and they got this anointing and this power, but you never see them in the fucking hospitals healing the sick? You never see them raising the dead. You never see them opening blind eyes. I don't want to hear none of that shit. If you a pastor and you claim you anointed, why are you in a church all day? Why you're not out in the streets where there are homeless people and you're healing them? Where's that anointing? You don't give a fuck about those people. That's why you build churches, because you want to bring the people in the building so you could take their money. And I know you don't like my words. You can always leave. Again, what did I tell you? When a man really speaks the truth, the people normally don't want to hear it. You want me to tickle your ear. You want me to sing music and praise music and shout, entertain you and jump around like a clown, like what they do at T.D. Jakes' church, Creflo Dollar Church. Now, we don't do that here, because when you die and you lift your eyes up in hell, you're going to be just like that rich man that lift up his eye in hell. And he was literally asking Abraham, pretty much, could you send somebody back and tell them and warn them of this place of torment? Could you please send Lazarus with some water? You're going to be just like him, because you've been lied to by religion. It's time you wake up. We're going to have a lot of content coming, fam. And again, if the truth bother you, leave. You don't have to be here. Go back into the religion of Christianity and stay there, because maybe, just maybe, the Most High put you before this platform just so that I can wake you up. Because this is what I've been doing since 2006, and I took a break from that because I destroyed all of these churches. T.D. Jakes, Creflo Dollar, Benny Sin, Jesse Duplantis, Peter Popoff. Oh, the list goes on and on. I expose all of them. All these so-called content creators you see talking about pastors and preachers, they know who the fuck I am, because they copy everything that I do. But the thing is, the Most High didn't call them to do that job. He called me to do that, because I speak straight. I don't sugarcoat nothing. I don't care how you feel. I'm not here to be liked. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to do what the Most High tell me to do. So when you see all of these scandals that's going on in the Christian church, I want you to understand that when you look at these situations, neither Jonathan, Suzy, or Joni are good people. All of them are devils, because Jonathan benefited from the organization, from the network. He benefited, just as Suzy. All of them. Do you understand? All of them benefit. And they've all enriched themselves under Christianity. And now everything is being exposed. Let's get back to the tapes.
I wasn't.
It's so funny because Doug didn't know anything about it. Okay. So he didn't know anything about the fact that I was going to get them to read it. But on the day that I cut them from the program when they wouldn't read it. And Jonathan said he wasn't comfortable reading it. So I said, well, I'm not comfortable with you being on the show. And I was really angry, and I apologize for that. Now, I'm going to try to be more loving, because I do love you guys so much. And I believe you've been deceived in a lot of ways. And I know you're wrong about this. But on the day that I did this, Suzy put this on her Instagram. When Jehu begins to carry out his instruction, Joram sends messengers to ask 3 times, do you come in peace? Jehu.
Let me address this idiot in the chat. Somebody came in here. Who the hell is this? Let's address this clown. Says, why you curse so much? First of all, you don't have to watch the channel. Leave. Leave. I'm a grown-ass man. I'm 47. Do I look like your fucking son? Who you talking to? That's like you in my face telling me that. You think you're going to tell me that in my face? You think you're going to walk into a grown man's face when he's in his house where he's paying his fucking bills and tell me how I'm supposed to speak? Think about how stupid you sound. And see, this is what happens when you're dealing with these Christians. This is how they talk. Talking about why you curse so much. It contradicts what you're saying about God. Stop cursing. First of all, let me ask you a question. In the Bible, when it talks about saddling his ass, is the word ass cussing? Because it's in the Bible. You know what's the proper term for a female dog? It's called bitch. Did you not know that? The proper word for a donkey is called ass, A-S-S. You know what cursing is? Me wishing that you die. That's a curse. Do you understand the difference? Remember when the Messiah cursed the fig tree? What did he do? Did he call the fig tree a bitch? No. He said, there will be no more figs on this tree. And it withered away. He cursed the fig tree. He wasn't using what you call profanity. See, this is that stupid nonsense we get from the world. Contradict. What do you mean contradict? You're using the wrong choice of words. I'm not a Christian like you. I don't follow what you follow. I'm not an asshole. I'm not delusional. I use my own brain because I'm a man. Do you understand? So if you don't like what I say, leave the channel. Nobody asks you to be here. Go back into Christianity and let them jerk your mind, because I'm going to continue to do this work. No matter how you feel, you would never understand because you're delusional. Do you understand that? You locked in these churches. Because see, the thing about these folks that talk all of this nonsense, guys, is that these be the same hypocrites that'll be watching Netflix with what they call profanity. And they'll be sitting there with their popcorn like a fucking hypocrite, listening to music that got profanity, watching movies, profanity, watching commercials, profanity. You know YouTube have commercials that come on and it has profanity in it? Yeah. But see, this is why I don't rock with you, because I don't like hypocrites. I don't like people that act like they don't hear things and they don't say things. Let me ask you a question. If you walked outside your crib and somebody busts your windshield, flat your tires, how you going to be talking? You going to be singing praise music? You going to be speaking in tongues? You going to be like, who the fuck did this? You going to be flipping out. See the difference? See, the difference between me and you is I'm real. You fake. I keep it real with the viewer. They know who I am. You fake. I would never trust a person like you. Because if you're afraid to speak, then that means you're afraid to speak the truth. Because you'll choose to lie to save your ass. You'll lie to cover your ass. You'll do anything to keep your job. You're the kind of person that if the mark of the beast came out today, you'll take the mark in order to keep your job. That's a fact. Let's get back to the tapes.
Replies, I never saw this. They sent this to me.
That was my daily devotional. It was
How
the
can
day
there
of-
be, so let me read. How can there be peace as long as all the idolatry and witchcraft of your mother, Jezebel, abound? And she underlines in red,
Oh my God.
Jezebel, your mother. Jezebel herself asked the same question, have you come in peace? The answer was no. Jezebel died a horrible death, the fulfillment of the prophecy that Elijah had given. Then she says, your boasting about this is terrible. Don't you realize that this sin is like a little yeast that spreads through the whole batch of dough? Get rid of the old yeast by removing this wicked person from among you. Then you will be like a fresh batch of dough made without yeast, which is what you really are. Christ, our Passover lamb, has been sacrificed for us. So,
Okay, tell me the date.
well, let me
I'm going to
just-
show you
let
my
me-
Bible app
well, let me
and
just-
the date that
let
it
me
was
just
posted.
finish. Let me just finish. So people have noticed her behavior. They've noticed her devotionals. I've had I don't know how many people here at DayStar to tell me what the hell is going on with her.
Do you see that? People at DayStar saying, what the hell is wrong with her? That's the gossip that's going on inside of the company. They're busy gossiping.
And so for this to happen on the day that everyone is saying, what is it? Like, is she? And I'm like, I don't know. I didn't see it. So if you tell me that you didn't mean that towards us.
Let me pull up.
You know, it's so funny. People coming in here talking about, what does this person says? Terrible potty mouth. You should ask your mom what she did with her mouth. You need to ask your mama what she did with her mouth to all them dudes she done been with. Did you ask her that question? See, this is the problem with these people, fam. Like, you so worried about what I gotta say, but you ain't asking your mom what she did with her mouth. Let's get back to the tapes, fam. Let's go.
Well, then I'll believe you. But I'm just saying, it is, consequential, if you will.
You think I was calling you Jezebel?
I mean, I hope not. But that's what people are telling me that they think from seeing this. So
No one ever says anything to me.
no one.
Why people have told you that?
Let's pull
Again,
up the date.
Jonathan, I'm not going to tell you people here.
I'm just curious because I can talk to them and because they're the
No,
record
babe, if I didn't
But this is the thing, y'all. This is, and Jimmy, you please jump in and correct me if I'm wrong in anything I'm saying. Okay?
But
Because
Suzy should be able to clarify the.
if Suzy tells me she didn't mean that towards me, I believe her. Okay, Suzy.
Okay.
If you tell me that, I believe that. But it did look.
This
very
is the Bible in
questionable.
1 year. And I've been almost every day I'll post whatever's on the reading for the day. I don't even know where Jezebel is in the Bible, to be honest. Which book?
Okay.
Wow. She don't even know where Jezebel is in the Bible. Could you believe that? And these are the networks. These are the people that claim they're Christians. But she don't even know what book Jezebel is in. And it might sound funny, but how many Christians that are viewing right now know what book Jezebel is in? They don't even know because they don't read the book. They don't read the Bible.
I believe you, and I'm glad I was able to share it with you.
I'm glad you
okay?
brought that up.
Okay, so this is the thing I feel like the Lord showed
Wait,
me.
so did they tell you that I called you the yeast? That should be.
No. They just said, what is she doing? And people were in the studio. Jonathan came in the studio in front of the singers and argued with me about wanting to read the other viewer feedback. And I said, if you can't read the one, so they all saw that. And they also saw me mad. And I said, leave the set, because they were about to come to the songs. It was a bad situation.
Do you folks that are viewing the content while you watching the chat, do you see how these Christians are robots? Do you see how they it's like when I roast one, another roach come back to the room? Are you seeing this? You got some clown, David, come in. He says, is this guy a Christian? How many fucking times I'm going to tell you I'm not a Christian? I'm not a Christian. See, I'm not a stupid person. That's what Christian mean. Do you even know what the word Christian mean? It means a stupid person. Do your research. In the Bible, when the disciples pretty much was doing their thing, you had the people that was scoffing them, calling them Christians. Do you not know that? You know why they were calling them Christians? It was a derogatory term. Was John the Baptist a Christian? Was Moses a Christian? Was Jesus a Christian? Did Jesus come and say, hey guys, I want to start a religion called Christianity? No. But this is how it is in today's day when you're dealing with these folks, guys. If you don't identify as a Christian, they look down on you. Do you understand me? In other words, that person think they're better than me. They really do believe that, guys. They think they're smarter than everybody. They really do. That very same person, that clown that's in there, is he a Christian? You know why he's saying that? Because in his mind, me using choice words make him feel like for some reason I'm some sort of sinner. I'm some sort of bad guy. That's what he believes in his mind. He believes he's better. Because that's what Christians believe. But these be the same people that live in sin all day. The same people that commit adultery, fornication, they watch porn, they masturbate. This is what they do. But because nobody can see what they do behind closed doors, they're quick to judge and point fingers. But I'm the one that's actually teaching this truth. What the fuck you doing? You sitting there watching me. Why you ain't out here putting out this truth? You got these damn charlatans and pastors ripping the people off, taking all of their money, robbing the people, getting rich overnight. You don't got nothing to say about that. But you worried about what I got to say. You're not even paying attention to the topic. Just like you don't pay attention to reading the Bible. And this is why so many people are blind, fam. Blind and delusional.
Anyway, I just think there has to be a change of heart. I have to see that, because if I don't see that, and if I know they don't respect and honor me, and they don't respect and honor him, he's been nothing but a blessing to me, an incredible husband.
At contending for the faith, why are you watching me? When did I say I represent Christians? I don't represent Christians. I represent the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You know, the one you don't serve. With a name such as contending for the faith, let me ask you a question. Who are the biblical Israelites? Who are they? And why you're not preaching that gospel? Why you're not preaching it? See, this is the thing about Christians. This is the problem. This is why most men don't go to church. They don't do that. Because we understand that it's all bullshit. You're talking about, we don't need people like you representing us Christians with this kind of hatred. Notice what he called that, hatred. Notice that. Who did I hate? Ladies and gentlemen, are y'all listening to this? Are y'all listening to this individual? Who did I hate? I'm speaking the truth regarding what I'm seeing with DayStar, but you're calling that hate? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the problem with these so-called Christians. They got serious issues. And this is why the Most High is exposing them. Because this is what's going on in today's day. They don't like the truth. This is why I keep telling you, when you're a man of the Most High, they don't like men that speak the truth. They like lies. That's what they love. That's why they love DayStar so much. But now that DayStar being exposed and people are coming forward, see, I'm a real man of the Most High. That's why you see these Christians jumping into the chat. These are those very same influencers that are on social media who are with the devil too. All of them are with the devil. When did I come on saying I represent Christians? I don't represent none of you. I represent the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I'm here to wake you up. You understand? I'm not in Christianity. I'm not in your religious institution. Do you understand me? So don't come here projecting your bullshit on me, saying that I'm here to represent you. I am not here to represent you. I represent the Most High. That's who I work for. You don't work for the Most High. That's why you're literally annoyed by me, because my voice burns through your soul. Let's get this truth going. Let's go.
That I've been married to him. He doesn't want to take over DayStar. I think really the fear here is not that he would interfere in DayStar. I think the fear is that somehow they think they're losing something by him coming.
Do you see there's a power struggle for DayStar? There's a power struggle, a tug of war.
But that's a lie from the enemy. It's just not true.
We haven't done one thing to
And
him.
so
I just mind my business and go home.
You have been rude, both of you. I was with his daughter
How
and his
have you been
son-in-law this weekend. And like, for instance, even today, I told Alicia, tell Jonathan back to you, Mom and Doug. And he refuses to do it.
No, I didn't. You didn't tell me to do that. Wasn't a directive
And
from
Alicia
you.
told me, I got a text right here from her. She said, I've told him every day say, throw it back to Mom and Doug, and he doesn't do it. And then today I said, no, tell them for sure. And she said, we'll keep reminding everyone to say back to Joni and Dr. Doug, both on the whiteboard and verbally. We really only have the issue with Jonathan and Suzy. Everyone else is doing it.
You know what's so sad about Christianity, fam, is that everybody that's in that religion is fake. They're fake, guys. They're not real. For example, let's say, hypothetically speaking, let's say I'm wrong. What does the Bible say for these so-called Christians to do? Don't it say to pray for me? So why the fuck you ain't praying for me? Then the Bible says, bless those that curse you. Why you ain't doing that? You see what I mean? You don't even follow the Bible. This is what I mean. This is why the world don't take you serious. Because you're a hypocrite. You say you're a Christian, but you don't even follow the Bible. You don't even believe it. Let me tell you something, man. The amount of hate that I get come from Christians, church people that claim they follow Jesus. And I'm like, damn, where's the love that they say they have? They don't show no love. All they show is hate. Here I am speaking on a topic of church abuse, sexual abuse, greed in Christianity concerning DayStar. And you got Christians coming over here more concerned about me saying, bitch, fuck, this and that. They're more concerned about my words than the corruption going on in church. And you're wondering why these pastors are always getting away with murder in the church. You're wondering why T.D. Jakes can get away with evil. See, Eddie Long was put to death by the Most High for sexually abusing young men in the church. Now T.D. Jakes is on the hot seat, but he's using all sorts of distractions to keep the people blind. Just like you'll have Christians that will pop up because somebody is now exposing DayStar. What is DayStar going to lose? Money. Money is the bottom line, fam. DayStar is not in business to meet or reach souls for Jesus Christ. They're only interested in money. And nobody from that camp is innocent. All of them are of the devil. Let's go.
So again, if you tell me you totally didn't get that or missed it.
Well, I always say that to you, Mom, because we've been having rotating co-hosts for the past
But you used to
year.
If you're not comfortable, Jonathan, just say it. Just be honest. It's fine.
Well, I mean, it's
That's
just a
where I am.
habit that I say it.
That's where I am. If we're not comfortable, we have to discuss it. We can't keep going in circles.
Exactly. But I'm just saying, if you two were that uncomfortable, then you probably need to take a rest from ministry now.
Sure.
And you need to take a rest from hosting. And maybe even a rest from the green room. Now,
Notice how she threatened to take her from her position, take her from her title. And this is what they're doing to their own family.
I want that to happen. Because when I'm gone, I like to have them host. They're my kids. But I can't have the disrespect and dishonor any longer. I can't have the divisiveness in the studio. I can't have what I feel when I look over there, what I see, what I sense. And if any of them feel that way, it's like, they need to remove themselves from under my authority. And the only way to do that is to leave DayStar. And I don't want to see that. But I think, and Jonathan says, well, Mom, you threatened me. I don't threaten. You heard what I said in that meeting.
Well, I agree with what you read from that pastor, and that is...
She said from under her authority. And this is crazy, man.
If you believe that she is wrong, which we've been through months of...
It's just a boundary we want to keep.
Well, I'm talking about her getting married to Doug.
It's her choice. God gives free will.
Okay, so you disagreed with it. You disagreed with it very strongly. We said in my office in that meeting, you guys gave all your reasons why you thought it was wrong.
Yeah.
And there were things that Suzy said that I'm finding out now that I didn't know about.
Like
because
what?
People have come to me and told me.
Like what?
And you told me things that she said, innocent things that I said to her in confidence, that she weaponized against me.
Like what?
Including, like, acting like, for some reason, that my marriage to Marcus was just about kingdom, but it wasn't that I loved him and that he was the love of my life when he absolutely was.
I
And-
only told
and-
Jonathan that.
And leaving that to the kids. No, you said it to the
You told me
kids.
that.
Told you what? Make the statement?
Yeah.
That she said that her marriage to Marcus was kingdom, and she's really in love with Doug. It's romantic.
Right.
Why is that a bad statement? I was
Well,
processing
you said
it.
that's what she said.
We talked about that.
No, I didn't
yes.
say it like that.
It wasn't like that. I don't understand how that even fits in this situation.
No, there were other things that you said where you misrepresented
Like
me
what?
to the family.
Like what? I just bought everything.
I can go through everything with
Please
you. We
do.
can sit the whole family and go
Yeah, but
through
here-
it.
I think we should. I think that would be good.
That'd be good to
No,
Yeah,
no,
because
no.
I do
We've
want to
been
have a
through all this
clean.
stuff. We've been through all this stuff.
But I'd rather clean it. If it involves me, I'd rather
Hours.
clean it
No,
up
but we
because
wouldn't-
I didn't do anything
Let me
in
go back to what I was
secret.
saying.
I did
Go back
nothing
to
in
what I was
secret. I want it out there.
I think you should submit or leave. I think
Submit or
both
leave.
should-
Submit or leave is what the so-called Christian religion is telling from DayStar. Submit to our authority or leave. And they're doing that to their own family.
the
Submit or
Okay,
leave.
so let's define that. Submit.
What she says is right, without argument. Like she said,
So whatever,
if you-
blindly, if you have a conviction, doesn't matter.
if you have a personal conviction that keeps you from doing what she says, I think you should stick with your conviction and quit.
Okay, so
But you can't stick with your conviction and stay,
all right.
because you can't. You have made this process of her getting married as miserable as it can possibly
you
be.
have. Yes, you have.
Now, this can't continue. There has to be a breaking at some point. And I respect you if you just say, you know something, I can't submit, and we're going to go over here and do this. I respect that.
Mm-hmm.
But what I don't respect is we're going to have it our way. We're going to take the paycheck from her, but we're going to do it our way, not her way. You can't do that, because it does create division within DayStar. Jesus said, "A house divided can't stand."
right.
And right now, this is a house divided. And so you guys, and like I said, if she doesn't want you to leave, she's not asking you to leave. I don't want you to leave. I love you guys. You know, I hope you know I love you. But in this situation related to Doug, we disagree. Love you to death. Been known you forever. Think the world of you. But honestly, this just can't happen. It can't happen. So Joni has got to have the ability to lead this ministry knowing that everybody under her submitted. Now, if she did something, and she obviously has done something you disagree with, walk in the door and say, "Can I submit something?" Sure. I think this and this and this. Great. Well, let me pray about it. And she comes back and says, "You know something? I don't agree." You submit or you leave. But staying and disagreeing is not an option. And that's what you're doing. So everything's an argument. Everything's difficult. Everything, have to go through all the wrangling. And that has
My
to
own
stop.
grandchildren did not get to see me get married. Israel and Ari, as old as they are, didn't come to the wedding. She didn't come to my lingerie shower. She was the one that was the most for it and has stabbed me in the back more than anyone else in the family. And Jonathan follows along with whatever she says, which a leader can't do that.
What a
I don't
joke.
follow.
Wow.
Wow.
I don't follow them.
Yeah, you
He's the
do.
one who turned me.
Yeah, you do.
He's the one who turned me.
And so,
No, I'm the
Opening
leader.
my
I'm the
eyes.
leader of the household.
Babe, it's fine. She can say anything.
well, people don't see it that way, but I'm just saying that
All that matters is what
Maybe.
God sees.
Yeah.
That's right. And God sees the truth. Let him judge between you and me. Let him.
Yeah.
I am fine with that, bro. I'm fine with it, son. So I love you. I love you both, but this is going to end. You submit or you leave.
You submit or you leave. Sounds like somebody want control. Now, how many of you been to churches where they gave you that ultimatum? You submit or you leave. I'm telling you, man, Christianity is a business. Because basically what they're saying is you're no longer going to get paid. So we're going to cut you off, cut your livelihood off. In other words, you're not going to inherit family fortune. We're going to blacklist you now. You're going to be the black sheep of the family.
I'm not going to come in the studio. There will be another viewer feedback that says something nice about Doug. If you can't read it, then you don't need to be on the show. And then you don't need to come back the next day either. I'm just telling you, I don't want it to be this way, but he is a godly man. You know what I saw with his kids this weekend? We were with Hadassah and Chase. That's his daughter and son-in-law. And the respect and honor that they had for their father, knowing everything they've gone through, which divorce is not easy, we know that. And the respect and honor that they showed me My kids pale in comparison to how they've treated him like shit. I mean, I'm just telling you, it is so disrespectful. Marcus Lamb would kick Jonathan's butt if he was alive right now, in the way, in the things he's done, the things he said.
And also to all the Christians, right, that have a problem with me using what you call profanity, right? Keep listening to the tapes. Because remember, DayStar, right, all of these folks are all Christians, right? Okay, keep listening.
The fact that he would care more about what people think and his reputation than honoring his mother, that's what he did. He'll have to live with that. But I'm just saying that I am drawing the line in the sand today. This will end. And yes, I love them. They can believe that or not believe that. They've done a lot of damage. They've gone down, down, down in what I have seen for the future. But is it repairable? Of course it is. Do I love them? Yes, I do. Do I hate having to do this? Yes. But I am resolute.
Yeah.
And you have told me to be resolute. And so did these other people tell me to be resolute.
Yeah, my patience ended.
I think it's good to have open conversations because part of the problem is that we haven't been able to talk. You've been so in your role with Doug, traveling to Colorado Springs all the time.
Now, what would you call the conversation we had in my office?
I'm sorry?
The 3-hour conversation we had in my office, was that not an open conversation?
It was, but we haven't had any really conversations since then. You really have been kind of...
You know what? Here I am. Have they called me one time, Mom, I'd like to have a conversation? No.
But I think
And
it's...
you were saying you don't have a relationship with Doug. That's your choice. Doug hasn't refused a relationship
No,
with you.
he hasn't. He would love to have a relationship with all my kids.
But I think it's good
He's
to...
been more mature than anyone through the whole process.
But Jonathan, what I'm saying is that
I just think it's good to have open conversations before things
it
build up.
doesn't change.
That's a good question that you bring up. How are they Christians and don't know what cursing is? It really is laughable. You know, it really is. I mean, let me bring it up. Let me see if I could get scripture because you know Christians, they don't read. They really don't read, fam. Let me see if I could get this real quick. Hold on a second. Let me get a scripture real fast. Let me see what Jesus did. Right? Cursed the fig tree. All right. Let me see. Book of Mark. I want to see if Jesus was using words that I use. I want to see if he did that or he just spoke regular words and cursed. Let's see what it says. Okay. Okay. And Peter calling to remembrance. No, that's not the scripture there. Wait a minute. Okay. I think I got it now. Fig tree. Alrighty, let's see. Book of Matthew. And when he saw, okay. And when he saw, so let's start at verse 18 to about 27. Now in the morning, okay, fig tree, boom, 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 boom. And when the disciples saw the marvel, saying, how soon is the figs withdraw? Okay, let me just get this. Because there's 2 scriptures I want to get. All right. That didn't work. Come on. What's going on? Oh, wrong button. There we go. All right, let's get that. Now let's go back to Mark chapter 4. Okay. And Peter calling to remembrance. Okay. Let's get this. Because, you know, you got to show people these things from the Bible because they just don't listen. They don't read. They don't study. But they claim that they're with God. Okay. Let's get this on the screen. Right? All right. Mark chapter 21, verse 18 to 27 says, Now in the morning, as he returned into the city, he hungered. And when he saw a fig tree in the way, he came to it and found nothing thereon but leaves only, and said unto it, let no fruit grow on thee henceforward forever. Did you see that? Check this out, fam. Check this out. Hold on, let me take this off. Let me go back here. So he says, and when he saw a fig tree in the way, he came to it and found nothing thereon but leaves only, and said unto it, he said unto the tree, let no fruit grow on thee henceforward forever. And presently the fig tree withered away. And when the disciples saw it, they marveled, saying, how soon is the fig tree wither away? Jesus answered and said unto them, verily I say unto you, if ye have faith and doubt not, ye shall not only do that which is done to the fig tree, but also if ye shall say unto this mountain, be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, it shall be done. And all things whatsoever ye shall ask in prayer, believing, ye shall receive. So basically what you see there is the Messiah cursed the fig tree. You see that? He cursed the fig tree and it withered away. It wasn't blessed. He cursed it. That's what happened. Right? Now check it out. Mark chapter 11, verse 20 to 22. And in the morning, as they passed by, they saw the fig tree dried up from the roots. And Peter, calling to remembrance, saith unto him, Master, behold, the fig tree which thou cursed. What did he say? And Peter calling to remembrance, saying unto him, Master, behold, the fig tree which thou cursed, it is withered away. And Jesus answering saith unto him, have faith in God. Did you see that? So, based off the scriptures, cursing is not saying stuff like asshole, bitch. No, that's not cursing. That is what you would call, in latter-day terms, cussing, profanity, whatever you want to, whatever fancy name you want to put. I just call it English. Because what Jesus did, he cursed the fig tree. Did you hear him saying asshole? Is asshole a cuss word? Am I in sin for saying that? Let's see what the Bible says. I want to see if I'm in sin. Let's see. I want to see if I'm in sin. Let's see. Bum, ba, ba. Okay. Let's look at here. I want to see if I'm in sin. See what the Bible says, you know. Because, I mean, I have to go to the book, right? Because I want to see if I'm in sin or not. Because maybe I am. You know, I would probably need to repent. Right? Let me see. Put a one chat of the stream is good. I opened some windows and it was acting funny. Let me know if it's good with a 1. Because it's probably tweaking or whatnot. I know it probably is. It'll go back to normal shortly. But let's get this. I want to see if I'm in sin. According to Genesis chapter 12, verse 16, it says, and he entreated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep, oxen, and he had asses. Really? Okay. Genesis 22, verse 3 says, and Abram rose up early in the morning and saddled his ass. I guess I shouldn't say that, right? Because I would be in sin, right? Genesis 22, verse 5 says, and Abram said unto the young men, abide ye here with the ass. Am I in sin? Am I cursing? Or am I just reading the Bible? Which one is it? If I call you an asshole, you'll say, you got a potty mouth. But if I'm reading Genesis, I'm reading the Bible. Which one? You feel stupid, right? I know. You know why you don't know? Because you don't read the Bible. That's why. Now, let's get back to the tapes, find out what's going on. Let's go.
It won't change anything until you...
No, I mean, I'm saying I'm submitting that it's going to help to have open conversations instead of just letting things build up.
Once you're submitted, it will. Until you're submitted, nothing. This is just a black hole that every word, every conversation is going to get sucked into the black hole, and it's just going to keep feeding this until you submit. And submission means she's the voice of God to you. Now, I pastored for 30 years in Amarillo, and I had a wonderful relationship with all the elders. And I said,
I'm sorry, can you clarify? She said she's the voice of God to me?
She's the voice of God.
So
to you.
God's voice is...
So I have to hear, I can't hear from God, I have to hear from her?
Outside of DayStar. What she says is God in DayStar. This is the voice of God in DayStar now.
But what accountability does she have if she's off?
Well, she has a husband. She has a board.
I'm on the board.
He said she's the voice of God in DayStar. This is crazy, fam. The voice of God? A woman, she's the voice of God. Yo, that's some satanic stuff going on, man.
But you're not, individually, you're not her accountability. Individually, you're her employee. And I'm
No, I mean,
wait a minute, Jonathan.
I have accountability.
She's the voice of God in DayStar.
No, there's no other accountability at
Romans 13
DayStar.
tells us to submit to authority, all authority, because it's established by God, and it's the minister.
No, but I'm saying
even civil authority.
But who is her accountability at DayStar?
But that's not your concern. Your concern is to do what she says, and if you can't be here.
No, it is my concern.
No, Jonathan, you keep arguing with everything. You got to stop.
I'm not arguing.
You're arguing with everything. You've got to stop. And you've got to accept the fact that's the boss. You've got to do what she says. And if you can't, you got to leave. And not everything's going to be a conversation. When you're under authority and the general says, go over there, then you walk over there. You don't have to have a conversation. She's the general. She's the head here.
What?
And you're not. And that's the main thing. You're under her.
I know. I made it clear that she's the president.
You
That's
do not
question.
recognize her as being your boss. You do not recognize.
I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
I do.
Jonathan, you don't.
Yes, I
telling
do.
you.
She's the authority. She's his boss. She's the voice of God. Yo, this is evil, man. This is what you call the secret society of Christianity, man. This is what it looked like behind the veil. But yeah, you got these Christians coming over here telling me about potty mouth. But you ain't hearing what's going on? Or you too damn blind to listen?
Babe, it's fine. Let him say it.
Listen, Jonathan, I've had a lot of people work for me over the years. And I know immediately when someone's submitted and when they're not, just by their spirit. And your spirit, to this whole thing with Doug is you're standing over here.
No.
You won't budge. You argue. Everything's an argument. Everything's this dramatic process. And it just has to end. And it has to end with both of you acknowledging her authority. She is God's voice to you here on this property and related to DayStar Network. She is God's voice. Whether you say it or not, or whether you want to make it an argument or not, she's the boss. What she says goes. Now, if you, what I'm telling you is, if you don't believe that, you can't stay. She won't let you. If you do believe that and you submit to her with a right spirit, it's fine. All this can be repaired. But arguing and more talking won't get anybody anywhere.
Tell him what you told me about the Lord showed you about stubbornness and what it leads to.
Well, when the Bible says this was related to Saul, and Saul says that rebellion is the sin of witchcraft and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. And so it equates stubbornness with being an idol worshiper. And the reason it does is because stubbornness is the worship of your own opinion. And that's what y'all are doing. You're being stubborn.
Think about how many of you experienced this at your local church where you saw something that was out of pocket. You began to speak about it. Then they were threatening to kick you out the church, threatened to pull you from your post. Maybe you had a job at the church and it was like, yo, either you submit or we're going to have to let you go. And you're thinking about, you got to pay your rent, you got to pay your bills, you really need this job in the church. But it's like you had to make a choice. Some of y'all just left. Said, look, I'm not going to stay here no more. But this is what goes on in Christianity. This is what goes on at all the networks, all the different churches, you name it. This is what they do. This is how they get down, fam. This is what's going on.
You're making an idol out of your own opinion related to Doug. And so the grace I've given both of you in all of this is your dad died a year and a half ago. You know, and you talk about her being a grieving widow. Well, I know good and well that your father meant the world to you, that's a big issue to you. Here comes Doug in the midst of all the different circumstances that were going on. That's the grace I've given y'all. The grace I don't have any longer is we've talked this thing to death. I've been with you guys in several family meetings where I was as patient as I knew how to be, and you beat me up. You threw everything I said back in my face, didn't listen to a word I had to say. And that's why at the end of that last meeting, I said, dude, I'm done. This is in for me. So I tried to show grace. I tried to help. I tried to help you guys navigate through it. Nothing has helped to this point right here. And nothing's going to help until you submit. Now, again, if you say, we can't, this is a personal conviction, I totally understand that. I totally respect that. Because no one can force you to do something against your own personal convictions unless you're taking a paycheck. Unless you're voluntarily saying, I work for you, tell me what to do. And that's what you're doing.
Anytime you have people cutting your paycheck, fam, they think they control you, bro. Like, real talk. You could be experiencing this on your 9 to 5, in the church, wherever. When people are cutting your check, they really believe they own you and you don't have an opinion and you can't say what you feel. And if you do, they just threaten to take your job. You don't want to comply? Okay, I'm going to take your job. That's just how they do it, man. And it's crazy, man.
You inherited all this, and so this conversation never come up because it didn't have to. But the reality of it is, because you're taking a paycheck and because you're under her authority, you have to submit. The stubbornness is this opinion about Doug. You guys came in to see me in my office, all of you, the 6 of you talked. And at the end of that, I didn't agree. I mean, I didn't tell you I didn't agree. I just told you I wanted to pray about it. I never heard about it before. Y'all got mad at me because you didn't want my opinion. You just wanted me to change
Not me and Jonathan.
No, you said we were respectful. That was the others.
That's right. And so what I said was they all got mad at me because they wanted me to change my mind about doing the wedding. The reason I didn't was because I didn't hear one fact. I heard opinions. Doug's evil. Doug's a predator. An opportunity.
I don't know why we're talking about the past. We're just here to talk about now.
Don't correct me. Don't correct me.
I'm not correcting you. I'm trying to understand.
But Doug's an opportunistic predator, and so you begin at this dark assumption, and everything else builds on that. Everything's a part of that narrative. And at the end of that, if it was a court of law, not any of that could be admitted as evidence because it was all circumstantial. I was listening for facts at a hearing. And so what I believe about you guys is you started with some bad assumptions. Now, Suzy, you were excited in the beginning about the relationship. Okay. Something changed you. I don't know if that was Rodney Howard Brown or what it was, but something changed you. And then you guys changed and all began to have this dark narrative related to Doug.
And they talked to others, like they talked to other friends and people, like they have tried to impugn my character and Doug's character.
Yep.
So I know that for a fact.
Well, you did with me. I mean, what I'm saying is that however you got to that point of believing that about Doug, I didn't know Doug well when this all started. I mean, I've been around Doug, but I just didn't know him. I've been totally impressed with Doug since the very beginning. And with his character, with his spirit, I've pressed him hard in private conversations. Every time I've pressed him, he's responded graciously and honestly and humbly. And so in everything, and I told you guys I had that final conversation with the Lord about Doug and Joni and just said, I'm going to do a wedding unless you tell me otherwise. And the Lord confirmed it. So on every level.
If I'm correct, Jimmy, I believe he's the one that pretty much married her, if I'm correct. Because I was watching a lot of different content, and that's why he's there defending her regarding Doug. That's pretty much what's going on here. You see? They're not too fond of him. But what people don't understand is they brought out abuse that happened many years back, sexual abuse that was covered up. And that's all over the internet now. She have given public statements regarding that. She tried to use her platform at DayStar to, I guess, do some damage control. We're going to cover all of those things in separate videos. There's so many different videos. It's like one big mess. And it's all being exposed. It's all being exposed. And the Christian church, they don't even know what to do. Christians on social media is just running around trying to uphold this Christian image when you should be focusing on the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and stop worrying about a public image. Because that's the reason why we got this mess. Because you empowered these people. You empowered DayStar. You send all your money. You understand? Just like you do with all these pastors. And they don't even care about the people. The people aren't getting blessed. People don't even know God. You know how many people are dying and going to hell every day, and they're in church because they lack knowledge. They lack understanding. In these people's minds, they don't fear God. They know they're going to hell. Do you understand me? Listen, churches in today's day, the pastors, the bishops, these false prophets, they know they're going to hell, folks. They know that. So they're like, look, I know I'm going to spend eternity in hell. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rich. I'm going to live my life. I'm going to do what I got to do. Live in my mansion. I'm going to experience all of this stuff because they know that when they die, they're going to hell. But you don't. You think everybody going to heaven. But you ain't following what the book says. The Bible clearly says, they that overcome and keep his commandments will have right to the tree of life and enter through the gates. It's in the book of Revelations. So if you ain't keeping his commandments, if you ain't overcoming your sins, you not going to heaven. You ain't going to walk through those gates. You going into the gates of hell. And that's not the message people want to hear. Everybody want to know they're going to heaven. But how many people in today's day can stand boldly and say, I'm guaranteed to get into heaven? None of you folks that are viewing right now can stand firm and say, you're guaranteed that you're going to heaven. You don't know where the fuck you going because you're not dead. All you can do is hope and pray. Do you see what I'm saying? Because it's a gamble. Because if you've been in church for all these years and you've been taught nothing but lies, imagine you've been taught lies all your life and then you die and you wake up in hell when you thought you were supposed to go to heaven. And then you got demons telling you, you knew you were following a false prophet, right? Oh, that pastor you was worshiping, he wasn't from God. That was one of our pastors, one of our ministers. You didn't read the scriptures, how Satan transformed himself into an angel of life, and how if that happened with Satan, his ministers will also transform. Let's get that for you in the scriptures. Let's get that for you in the scriptures, because I know y'all don't read the Bible. Let's get that from the scriptures. Transform. Let's get it. Transform into an angel of light. 2 Corinthians, I believe it is. Okay. Let's start at verse 12. Verse 12. Let's go to verse 12 to about 16. Verse 15. All right. You know what? Let's go to verse 11. Yeah. Okay. Let's put this on the screen so that we can understand how your pastor is from the devil. And I know you don't want to believe that. I'm trying to convince you. But it's very difficult to do that when you don't study the Bible. You know? Because you really would swear that your pastor is from God. I'm here to tell you, your pastor is from the devil. He really is. Right? 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 11 to 15 says, "Wherefore, because I love you, not knoweth God knoweth." Right? It says, "But what I do, that I will do, that I may cut off occasion from them which desire occasion, that wherein they glory, they may be found even as we. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into apostles of Christ." See, that's what they're doing in the Christian religion. "And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works." And see, this is what's going on in Christianity right now. All of these ministers that you see on TV, all of them, not some, not a little, all of them are from the devil. All of them. They all wear the same suits. They all have the same style. And it's always one thing that they want: your money. "For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ." This is what's going on all on YouTube. All these pastors you see on YouTube are from the devil. They're all from the devil. Why they're not in the streets preaching the gospel? Why they're not on the highways and byways preaching the gospel? How come they don't go to the penitentiaries to preach the gospels? Why they're not in the hospital preaching the gospel? You know why? Because they don't care about the people. What they care about is money. That's what they care about. Now, of course, we have to make money to survive. You know, we have to. But let's just be real. Churches are in the business of making money, not in the business of saving souls. They don't care about you. If you're behind on your mortgage or your rent, your car note, go to your local church and tell them you need $5,000 right now. I bet you they won't give you $1. Marvel not. No marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. So the devil himself is going to transform and come to you as an angel of light. Y'all be thinking that the devil is this monster with horns on his head and he look creepy and scary and he's like, you know, he come up to you and he's like this is what y'all believe, fam. Y'all believe the devil is like this. This is what you believe the devil is.
I've been watching you. And as a believer in Christ, I can't wait for you to come to hell.
The devil don't talk like that, guys. This is how the devil talk.
Hello. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our ministries. We would like to praise the Lord. Let us pray. We wish for all of you to be devoted and to prosper and to be in health. So as you enter into the sanctuary, ushers, please pass around the buckets. Ladies and gentlemen, it is offering time in our congregation. Welcome to all the new members in the church. My name is Pastor Reverend the Honorable Richard Gallela III. And in our sanctuary, in our ministry, we focus on the divinity of Christ. As the ushers move the buckets around, make sure your contributions and your checks are payable to our ministry. Good morning, everyone. Everyone on social media, everyone over in the overflow room. I would like to welcome you to another marvelous day, another marvelous, matchless name. In the name of God, we trust. Our church mission is to preach the gospel to the poor and those that are in need, and we need your money in order to feed the homeless. We need your money to go to our outreach programs in Africa. We also need your money to go to the broadcast that we have that feed and share the gospel of Christ with millions of people that watch our show.
That's how the devil sound. That's how the devil sound every day. Y'all be getting the devil all mixed up. It says he transformed into an angel of life, angel of light. He comes in human form. That's what the devil do. No, he don't. Let me show you what the Bible says. Watch this. Watch this. Let's look at Hebrews chapter 1. Yeah, verse 1 to 2. Verse 1 to 2. Let's get that. We'll get back to the audio just now. Got to show you what the Bible says. Because you know you're not getting this in the church. Right? Okay. Let's put this on the screen. Hebrews chapter 13, verse 1 through 2. Let brotherly love continue. I don't get that from Christians. I don't get that. They normally hate me. Now watch what it says. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unaware. So angels come in human form into this world. So if the devil is a fallen angel, that means he can take on human form. This is why the Bible says to be careful how you entertain strangers, for some have entertained angels unaware. We walk past angels every day. An angel can be that homeless person that have their hand out, saying, please, I'm hungry. And you basically told the homeless person, fuck you, and went to church. And when your pastor says put money in the bucket, you gave your money to the pastor. But the angel was saying, can you help me? You didn't. Remember what Jesus said? He said, when I was hungry, you fed me. And he said, pretty much you were doing this to the poor. When I was thirsty, you gave me drink. When I was naked, you gave me clothes. When did we do this for you, Lord? When you do this for the least of my brethren, you have done it unto me. See, when you see homeless person out in the street and you do good to them, you're actually doing that towards the Messiah. Sometimes God will give you tests to see where your heart is. Some of you got up in your money. You started doing well in life. You started to prosper yourself. And there's nothing wrong with that. You're doing well. You worked hard. You deserve what you got. But you got a little ahead of yourself. You start feeling you're better than everybody. And in a way, you might be living better. You might drive better. But believing you're better than people just because you got some material things is not the way to move. You got to be humble. You got to always remember where you came from. And sometimes the Most High give us tests to test our heart, check our temperature, see where we at. And we be failing these tests all the time because we figure we better than everybody. And this is how the Christian church believe. The Christian church believe they better than everybody. If you say you're not a Christian, they automatically look down on you like you ain't nothing. You've been seeing me nothing but putting out scriptures throughout this live stream, breaking everything down. None of these Christians that you see pull up in my live chat trying to, I guess, debate with me, none of them know the scriptures like me. They don't. I'm a man of truth. I'm a biblical Israelite. I know who I am. I'm awakened. You understand? I used to be a Christian. I used to be in the Christian church. I used to be stupid. You know, I used to be under strong delusion. I used to do all of that dumb stuff most of you still do. But the Most High woke me up. And in 2006, I came on YouTube and started to expose the Christian church for what it really is. It's just a bunch of bullshit. And I know you don't like that. It may bother you a little bit, but sometimes you got to shake up the nest. You got to shake it up in order to wake people up. You understand? These pastors don't care about none of you. These networks don't care about none of you. DayStar is a fraud. All of them folks been living a lie the whole time. Adultery, sexual abuse, greed, power struggles, you name it. This is what they're into. Let's get back to the tape.
I have, with my experience of 41 years, I have done everything I can do to know. And I told her in the first conversation I had with her, if God won't bless it, I don't want to have any part of it. I don't want to do anything to get you to be a part of a relationship God will bless. I put my hands on them and laid my hands on them at the wedding and blessed them because I believe God has blessed them. Okay. So if that's something that you agree with, great. If that's something you don't agree with, and you can't then do whatever she asks you to do and be who you are here at DayStar, you got to go. I mean, you just have to leave. There's no in between. And so this is not a discussion to get at a different point.
Think about him telling them, if you don't agree, you got to go. Now, if they're doing that to their own blood, their own family, what makes you think, how do you think they feel about you? How do you think they feel about me if I'm talking about them? Do you really think DayStar care about me? They don't give a fuck about me. Do you understand me? If they're doing this to their own family, do you think about what I'm saying here? If they're doing that to their own family, what do you think they'll do to you? Do you really think they care about you? Do you think they got the love of Jesus for you? No, they don't. They even love their own family.
You're not going to change me, and you're not going to change her from the outcome of you submit or you leave. That's really the truth.
Not trying to.
You're not what?
Not trying to change anything.
Well, I'm saying that's what we're talking about. So, given those two options, which is it?
That's what we're here to discuss.
We're
All
not
right,
discussing. We're not discussing. We're telling you.
That's what we're trying to. I'm trying to understand and come to terms with Joni with.
She's God's voice to you, related to DayStar. Whatever she says goes, without argument, without difficulty. Can you do that?
I will stand on my convictions before God. I will do the job that I signed up to do, which was to talk about God. I believe that your marriage is outside of DayStar.
Your job is to do what
talk
she
about
tells
your
you.
mother and put her Instagram up. That's not talking about
I don't understand what you're talking
Then you
about.
put her mother's Instagram and say, oh, y'all should follow her. She's on the worldwide on ministry now.
Oh, I didn't know that was wrong.
No, have we ever done that before? No, I don't think we've ever done that.
I didn't plan it. It just kind of like.
And talked about her father for like 5 minutes and showed a clip. But we're supposed to talk about
It was.
God.
He was on Mind of a
I'm not
Man.
doing the same.
No, that was ministry. He was a mind of a man.
No,
And
that's fine. But the putting her mother's thing up there,
That's what you-
which I love her mother and father. I'm just saying
the feedback-
her argument is
If it
mixed.
was,
the feedback was about your marriage.
And we talk about all the time. Viewers send in about Suzy, Jonathan, me, table talk, Rebecca, the babies, the grandchildren. We talk about all these things. So read a viewer comment about Doug that was positive. They would not submit to that. That was my decision. Doug didn't even have anything to do with it. And the day I dismissed him from the program, Doug didn't even know what was going on. Of course, he'll get blamed for everything, but he knew nothing of it. The fact
didn't
that
blame
the
him for
Lord
anything.
spoke to me about having him co-host with me because he's now my husband and because he's gifted, he has a degree in theology, and he's a godly man.
A degree in theology. I mean, it makes me laugh when you have these charlatans talking about they got a degree in theology, which is basically the study of religion. That doesn't make you a man of God. That doesn't mean you're called by the Most High. All of these pastors, man, they all called by the devil. And they use this, well, I got a degree in theology. I went to cemetery school. And they believe they're pastors now. The Most High don't need none of these guys today. He don't. There's a drought in the world when it comes to truth. But Satan have all of his ministers out here deceiving the people. None of these folks are teaching the Bible or giving you real understanding. And churches today do not preach against sin. They don't. That's why when you go to the church, you got the rainbow in the church. Right? You have adultery in the church. You have, men and women sleeping around. Nobody's getting married in the church, but everybody fucking though. See, when you go to these churches, the pastors and the bishops and them, right? They don't preach. They don't get up in the pulpit and keep it a buck. See, if I had a church, right, and I have an entire congregation of about 30,000 people viewing, right? I'm going to be talking some real talk while all those people in there. But guess what? A lot of them are not going to come back after my sermon. I already know why. Because if I got everybody's attention, I'm going to tell the people what they need to hear. Number one, we're going to be talking about sin. And I'm going to be like, how many people in here that claim they follow Jesus are out here fucking and sucking and you're not married? At that moment, everybody get uncomfortable. Then they hate me. You know why? Because you're touching their sin. That's why when you go to churches, pastors don't talk about sin. They want you to feel good. That's why they sing. That's why they crank up the organ. That's why they have praise and worship. Jesus Christ didn't have no praise and worship music when he was preaching. Jesus Christ didn't have no band. He didn't have no choir. There was nobody there dancing and doing anything. He was just preaching. And anytime the Messiah preached, they sought to kill him. That's what they sought to do. He didn't have an organist. He didn't have no piano player. There was no band. Nobody was singing for 30, 40 minutes. Why do churches do that? To sauce you up, to get you in an emotional state of mind where you believe the Holy Spirit is in the atmosphere. The Spirit of the Most High cannot dwell where there's a bunch of sin. You would die. Don't you know that? It's laughable when people say the presence of the Lord is here in a church full of fucking hypocrites. A bunch of damn sinners that are wicked as hell, and nobody obey him. But you're telling me that he's there? Okay, so if he's there, why he's not fixing your fucking life? If he's there, why that lady over there is blind and she's not being healed? If he's there, where's the miracles? Where's the restoration? It's not there. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob said, if my people, which are called by my name, will humble themselves and pray and seek my face, then I'll heal their land. See, our people are wicked as hell. And all the other nations that are prancing around in Christianity, they're not the chosen people. So if you're a white man, an Asian man, you got to recognize that the so-called black man is the chosen people of the Most High. Do you know that? See, it's not even for you to be preaching. It's for my people to be preaching to you. You could be grafted in, but ain't no way in the world that the Messiah call you to preach, and you're not of the chosen people. See, everything is backwards. When you study the book of Revelations that talk about the 144, the 144,000 are being chosen out of the 12 tribes of Israel. That's where the 144 coming from, and it's all men. And their job is to go and preach the gospel. Ain't gonna be no Asian man in that number. No white man gonna be in that number. When you study the Bible, it says of the 12 tribes, 12,000 come out here, 12,000 come out there, 12,000 come out there. But do they preach that in these churches? No. And I'm not even trying to make this a race issue. But you be having a lot of white men, they be up on TV swearing they're the authority on the Bible. And it makes me laugh because they don't know shit. They're just another false prophet that is out here trying to profit off of the book that was given to my people to preach. This is why they didn't want the black man to read and write. This is why they, was lynching us every time we would try to read and write, because they wanted us to forget our heritage. They wanted us to forget the Most High. This is why they fed us swine. You wondering why, as a black man, black woman, you eating chitlins and pork legs and all this other mess? Because that is what the slave master gave you. He gave you bullshit to eat. He gave you shit. He didn't care. That's why he took your babies and he used them as alligator bait. When you study the book of Deuteronomy chapter 28, it gives you a clear indication of the transatlantic slave trade. Them other folks out there claiming to be the people of God, they're not the people of God, fam. They didn't endure the transatlantic slave trade. I'm out in North Carolina. I don't even see those people out here. I don't see none of them. They in New York, but they not out here. They're not the people of the book. Go read the book of Revelations, where it talks about, I know the blasphemy of them that say they are Jews and are not. It's right in the Bible. I'm telling you. But do you hear a Christian pastor reading those passages? I'll wait. You don't see nobody touching those scriptures. Why is it that? Why is it that in the Christian church, they don't touch those scriptures? You know why? Because they're 501c3 churches. They can't go against the grain, because if they do, they'll lose their tax exemption status. You don't see the pastors preaching against this because their children are this. T.D. Jakes, he got a son that's like this. Creflo Dollar got daughters that are like this. That's right. All of Creflo Dollar daughters are rebellious 304s. And that is a fact. That's right. Go do a study on Creflo Dollar daughters. Go online and find their social medias. It'll shock you. It'll shock you. It would shock you to see Creflo Dollar's daughters. They online naked. That's right. Especially the one named Lauren. Oh my goodness, bro. Just look her up. Look her up. I dare you. I dare you to look up Creflo Dollar's daughter. I'm exposing all of them, bro. Creflo Dollar shouldn't even be preaching. The Bible says if a man don't know how to take care of his own house, how can he take care of the church? If your daughters is out there in the rainbow, in strip clubs, smoking and drinking and wilding out, and you in the pulpit preaching Jesus, fam, you should sit down. You need to sit down, man. T.D. Jakes is not supposed to be preaching to nobody. He got to be helping his son overcome his issues. All of these pastors, all of these dudes in the pulpit got dirt. Just like you see in this so-called family here, exposing they dirt. Sexual abuse, misconduct, adultery, greed, you name it. Behind the Christian smile is a mile and miles of evil. But when someone like me bring it out and speak this truth, everybody want to get upset with me because I'm ruffling the feathers up. No, I'm the only one that's speaking the real. I'm saying what needs to be said straight, while everybody is a fucking coward and scared to speak up. This is why people are struggling and suffering. So if my words piss you off, then let it piss you off, because I'd rather you be pissed off than wake up in hell's fire and regret that you follow these damn churches that are leading you to hell. Because that's exactly where you're going. And to all you social media influencers that are out here misleading the people too, by teaching this Christian garbage, lying to the people, playing these little games, you're going to lift your eyes up in hell too. Because you ain't following the Messiah. You ain't following the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You've been following the devil too for a check. And there is no love in you because you don't love anyone. Christians do not love people because they don't even love themselves. I have yet to see a Christian show me love when I preach. Anytime I preach, they say, oh, you hate. Yeah, I hate sin. That's what I hate. Yeah. Only thing I hate is sin, and the Bible says to hate sin. It says to hate the evildoers. The Most High said he hate evildoers. The Bible says, Jacob have I loved, and Esau have I hated. So don't tell me God is not about hate. He is. He hate the evil way and the froward mouth. He hates. But it seems like when you talk about these things, people act like God is just all loving and he's not here to judge you. Anytime you're around a person that claim they follow Jesus Christ and they are not rebuking you, correcting you, and trying to set you on the straight path, they're not doing that, that person is of the devil. More than ever now, we need to be rebuked. We need to be corrected so that we can become better people. We need to stop having our ears tickled and being told sweet nothings. We need to be told about ourselves. That's what makes you better. You're not going to be better by everybody pampering you and holding your hand and watering down the message. That's why when I speak raw. The way you hear it. You know, like when you husbands and wives are in your houses arguing and y'all cussing, but then you want to go to church, lifting up your hands, being a hypocrite. You know, all that stupid stuff you do. When you're listening to your music, your trap music, your drill music in your car, but when you get around your Christian friends, you switch up So you're a damn hypocrite. If you're going to be what you're going to be it. And stop playing. Because you ain't fooling God. And you ain't fooling me. Let's get back to the tapes.
And a husband and wife team is what it was. Marcus and Joni show.
We're never against
and
it.
then Marcus decided to bring the kids in for a little to give them some experience. Like it just blew my mind that day that they refused to read. She left as soon as she saw it. They told me that she stomped off and left and said, "I'm leaving. I'm not doing this." So I mean,
I was told I had no option, so the only other option was to go.
Well, I mean, there will be a viewer comment next time you are on about Doug. So you either submit and read it, or you leave. And there's not going to be any in between. I'm not putting up with any more stuff. I'm not putting up with any more rudeness in the green room. We're either going to love everyone. I'm not going to feel the divisiveness when I'm trying to minister to the world.
Where have we been rude in the green room?
Y'all.
We're never even in the green room.
You've been rude to Doug, ignored him. Suzy didn't even speak to me yesterday in the green room.
When I see him, I always like say hi or shake his hand.
No, Jonathan, you have been cold and you have been rude.
No,
you
when?
have not been Jonathan that I know.
No, when?
You have not been your father's son. You have not been.
When have I?
And you, Suzy, have always been so close to me and always so teachable. I don't even know who you are right now.
If I pass Doug, I always make a note to acknowledge him. But
no, you don't, Jonathan. You've been rude.
No, when was that? Can you give me a specific example?
Oh, I can give you an example. Every time you come in his presence, you dart out. Y'all try to leave the room. Or,
no, I mean, you might be on the set, but I mean, I don't go out of my way.
Don't defend it. It's so apparent.
No, I'm saying that I haven't been in the green room with him.
It's so, just like throw it to Mom and Doug, like three days in a row on the whiteboard in front of it. Back to you,
Well,
Mom.
part of the dynamic between you guys right now is you're feeding each other. And when you said that you're the leader of the home, I don't doubt that. But you're not being a good leader. You're not being a good leader here. You're not being a good leader at home. Because what Suzy needs right now is the encouragement to submit, not the encouragement to keep praying. And what you need is a leader. See, as a leader, you have to be a follower. Jesus said, "I do nothing unless I see my Father doing it." Jesus was a great leader because he was a great follower. You're a terrible follower right now.
So he's supposed to follow a woman. That's what you're saying? He's supposed to follow a woman?
You've always been great. You and your mom have always, see, here's the point. You've always done what your mom said because you agree with it. Now you don't agree. A follower does, when Jesus said, "Not my will, but yours be done," in the Garden of Gethsemane, what he was saying is, every bone in my body doesn't want to do this, but I'll do what you want, not what I want. That's the only reason we have a Savior, is he did that. So right now you're saying, not your will, my will be done. You're insisting that you get what you want related to Doug. And that's not going to happen. Jonathan, and I love you both, and I'm rooting for you. And I want you to take over DayStar one day. But if you do, I pray to God you don't get followers like you, because they'll give you hell every day. They'll make your life miserable, because I've been there. And so the only way you can build a great ministry is to have people that you know have your back and you know trust you. And it is a matter of trust.
Do you see how they're talking about build a ministry? It's really build a business. That's what it really is, guys. It's not about people and saving souls. It's about getting money. That's it.
Okay.
Well, I contend that I've been an extremely loyal and have had your back every step of the way.
You have until we disagree.
And you even said the statement, "I trust you with my life."
I do trust you with my life.
Right before Doug came into the picture.
I trust you with my life with Doug in the picture. I trust you every day. I love you immensely. You know that. You're wrong about Doug, and it will prove out. It's already starting to prove out. It will prove out, and one day you will say, "Mom, I was wrong." I have no doubt about that. But in the interim period, there's so much damage that has been done. You have been the most loyal and faithful son. You don't have nothing to fear from me, but I am putting my foot down on this. And you either come along with me or you leave. And I don't want you to leave. He's on everything I own. He's the only child that's on every account. He could steal all my money right now if he wanted to. That's how much I trust him. If
he could steal all my money right now, all the money that the Christians done gave him.
My actions don't show my trust and love for him. I mean, can you believe that? Doug signed a prenup. He knows he'll never have a position of leadership here. But is he my husband? Is he called alongside? Has he been a tremendous blessing?
So hold up. Doug signed a prenup So he know he would never take over DayStar. What kind of marriage she got, fam? This is of the devil, man. Like, really, this is sick.
To me, do I go home to him at night? Does he feel a void that God knew I needed to carry the load that I'm carrying right now? Do I take it very seriously, what I do? Will I continue to take it seriously? Has DayStar grown more in the last year than at any other time in its existence? Probably because Marcus Slam's on the other side helping us. We know that. So, I mean, but the enemy hates our family. I know that.
Yeah.
So, but they have got to come on board with me. I mean, I cannot continue with this with my family. And Suzy, I love you dearly. You know that. I can get past this, but I got to have you on board with me. I can't have you against me. I can't have you against Doug. And Doug loves y'all, whether you believe it or not. He will move past all this. It's all in their court.
So we'll speak separately. You want to go first, or do you want me to?
You good?
So I spent days and days on my face before God because all I've ever known is submission. I have never been one to challenge anything. The reason you said you don't know where it turned is because I started to feel all sorts of things in my spirit where it just didn't sit right. And my form of submission is doing my little job here and going home to my kids. I don't ever question anything you do. I just stick to that. I have one boundary, whereas I won't fake something. I don't feel it's my conviction. And if on those grounds you have to fire me, then you have to do that. But I do my job. I talk about God. And I feel like that is reasonable. I'm sorry for everything that I've said that's hurt you. I've never ever wanted to take your name through the mud. Yes, there have been hurt feelings of like not listening. It really, the reason I didn't say anything to you yesterday is because I don't know how to be fake. In front of in the studio, you know, Jonathan told me, you just like, get off the stage. It's extremely, I feel very protective and love my husband, and to be see him that it's hard to.
Protective and love my husband. And the same lioness that you are is the same lioness that I am.
Wonderful.
The same way I will fight.
But I don't go after your husband.
Go by your feelings.
I don't ever say anything.
You don't
to
go
him.
by your feelings. That other
I don't go for your
one
husband.
other incident in our family where she went by her feelings. She was completely convinced. And by the way, I didn't tell Doug this story. I think you said that I did, but I haven't told him everything.
Wait, what?
So
I didn't say you told Doug that.
There was an instance where
I never said you told Doug that.
There was an issue with, and I'm not going to tell you that because I know they wouldn't want me to share it. But Suzy was completely convinced, and Jonathan was completely convinced that was doing something that he absolutely was innocent of, and it was a terrible thing that happened in our family. But she drove that thing for a lot. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same. I didn't feel. I just felt. The Lord showed me
don't
this,
feel
that,
anything.
and it's the same. It's exactly the same, and it's chaos and confusion in our family. And so,
you said that your job was to talk about God. That's not your job. Your job is to do what she says.
Even if it goes against my convictions.
If your convictions are so strong, you need to quit.
Wow. He basically said your job is just to listen to her and do what she said to do. And if you have conviction or things that you really believe, then you should just leave. That's the Christian church, people. You can't correct them. You can't tell them about their error. They'll just want you to leave.
I'm not going to quit. God has not given me permission. If I'm fired, that's fine. But I don't have permission from God to do it.
Yeah. And what we're saying in here today is submit or leave. And so you're saying you'll have to fire me. So she needs to know that.
I don't have permission from God to leave. I've felt uncomfortable on the show. I've been trying to process my own way.
It'll be your decision. You'll either submit or you'll leave. I mean, and I will fire you
is submission.
if you don't submit.
That's what you have to do.
Well, that's what will happen. That will be your decision. Same thing with you, John.
Not mine. My job is a DayStar is ministry to God, not talking about Doug. But if that is coming against you,
it's not your ministry. It's not your responsibility. You wouldn't have a ministry today if it weren't for DayStar.
You're right.
Nobody would know who you are.
Right.
And so with that comes great responsibility.
Yep.
So a lot of things in the heart have been revealed through this process that I see. As the leader, I've been in ministry now for 40 years, just like you, 40 years. And so, you want to take that hard stance, I'll take it.
It's not about you guys in a personal sense because I love you, she loves you. We see the future because we've lived it. And when this kind of thing happens and it roots itself in a ministry, it brings destruction and division, always. And you begin by saying that, what it will do with you guys, what it will do with DayStar, that you have to root it out. You have to get it out. And so the simplest answer is for you guys from your heart just to say, we submit. We'll do whatever you say. We won't make it difficult. Our job is not what you say your job is. Your job is what she says your job is. This is not your DayStar. This is her DayStar. You say it's God's DayStar, but God's given it to her. She's the steward of it.
We never once disagreed with that,
Yeah, you
ever.
do. Yeah, you do.
No.
Related to Doug, you do. And so when she said, get off the set, if you can't say this, you left the set, you got mad and wrote that letter that you wrote. All of that's defiance. You're defiant toward what she is saying she wants you to do. She's the boss. She pays the paychecks. She makes the decisions. And so when Doug came in, see, submission is only a word because disagreement's a word. If there was no disagreement, you wouldn't have to submit. We just all agree. Let's go over here today. Yeah, great. We all agree. But submission is a word because we do disagree. I disagree with the mayor. I disagree with the president. I disagree with my boss. I disagree. But because there's a disagreement, authority is necessary. Okay. So what happens when authority is telling me something that violates my conscience? In other words, the government's telling me I have to participate in an abortion or a trans surgery or something like that. I graciously, with the right spirit, don't do it. Okay. Civil disobedience. I don't do it. I go to my boss and I appeal, a righteous appeal. And I say, listen, I understand you're the boss, but I appeal this. And the boss says, I appreciate your appeal, but I'm overriding it. No. You have to decide, is this the hill you want to die on? Because you will. Is this the hill you want to die on? And what I'm saying to you is, you're wrong. Sometimes you just have to have somebody on the outside speaking to you and telling you you're wrong. I love you guys to death. You're wonderful people. I adore you. You're just wrong in this. You're wrong about Doug. You're wrong about your attitude towards your mom right now. And so the simple response, the simple answer is, we're sorry, and we submit, and we won't be any more problem. And with a good attitude, we'll treat Doug right. We'll be here, do whatever you tell us to do, and go home. The other response is to say we're convicted on a personal level that we can't do that. And so
Convicted of what?
Huh?
It's so silly.
Doug is.
It's so silly for me to hear that. Convicted of what? They don't even know.
Doug is
They don't
wrong.
know his heart. They don't.
Your decision to marry Doug was wrong.
Well, Mom, you had a very strong personal conviction about marriage for many years to where I remember you had a conversation with Kenyon at Redefined and you were talking.
Let me pause there. I got to read a scripture. All right? And my apologies. I'm eating some candy. You know how that is. Let me get this scripture because this scripture comes to mind. Because this is what's happening right now. So let me read this real quick. Then we'll continue playing the tape. Well, we need to find out what the Bible says so that we're all on the same page. Let's see what we got. It says in 1 Peter chapter 5, verse 1 through 5. The elders which are among you, right? You I exhort, who am also an elder and a witness of the sufferings of Christ, and also a partaker of the glory that shall be revealed. Feed the flock of God, which is among you, taking the oversight thereof, not by constraint, but willingly, not for filthy lucre, but of a ready mind, neither as being lords over God's heritage, but being examples to the flock. And when the chief shepherd shall appear, ye shall receive a crown of glory that fadeth not away. Do you see that? You see what the Bible says? Not lording over them, but that's what we see here. The way they're talking to them, they're lording over them as if though they're slaves. This is crazy, man. This is how you know Christians are not following the Bible. The mom thinks she's the voice of God. That's what she said. The Most High never made no woman the voice of God. He never did that. The way they're talking is wicked. But anyway, let's get back to the tapes.
Now, you should never get divorced unless you had a biblical reason.
He does have a biblical reason.
He does.
Okay, we can just.
Okay, but I don't want to get an argument, but
He does have a biblical reason, and from a myriad of seasoned ministers. But this is what's funny. So the other day we had Barry Siegel on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Suzy and Rebecca, they just like love Derek Prince, right? Love him.
yeah.
So his first wife died. Did you know his second wife was divorced
Yes.
for abandonment? There was no adultery.
Really?
Yeah. Barry Siegel, same thing. Married to Batya. Guess what? She was married before. Abandonment. No adultery. So you can say all you want to that he doesn't have a biblical reason, but he does. He has a biblical reason. He took his pain and used it to help thousands of people and write the books that he wrote. It's so funny because the other day I said, well, I think he told one other counselor during that period of time, but he covered for his wife because he always believed the marriage could be saved. And so I said, well, you didn't talk to anybody else like a friend. You didn't tell them about it. And he said, let me ask you a question. When you found out Marcus cheated on you, did you tell anybody? And I said, well, like my mom and dad knew and a couple other people. He said, no, I know they knew. But did you tell your close friend, Cindy or Rhonda? I was like, no. It's like, why didn't you? I said, because I was trying to protect him. It's saying. So I have now dated the man for a year, been engaged to him, and now married to him for a month. And he hasn't changed. He's godly, has integrity. That's what he's known for. And it's been the most difficult thing to watch them question his integrity and his character and his godliness by whatever lies they want to believe by the enemy. And so I'm just done. I'm done because I know his heart. I know him. I'm not stupid.
You've been very gracious, Joni. You've been very gracious. It has to stop today, guys.
Yeah.
It has to stop today. And whatever.
If we can do anything to repair the relationship between you and Doug, if we can develop a relationship, then I want that more than anything. And I want you to get to see what I see. I want my grandkids to have a male figure in their life. And I know that can happen. That's my hope for having this meeting today. I know we said a lot of hard stuff, but I love you guys. Like I said, yesterday I was on the treadmill because I was so angry. I was, but you can say one thing about my many years of ministry, because when I was in my 30s like them, I wouldn't have done what I did. In your 60s, you're different.
Yeah.
And the fact that I waited, you ask who my accountability
What would you have
is?
done in your 30s?
Responded.
I would have screamed and fired him.
Oh.
Who knows what? I would have done a lot of damage. But Jimmy can tell you that we see through a different filter than you guys do in our 60s.
We have a lot of experience. We've seen a lot of people and a lot of circumstances. And her responsibility is to protect her family and to protect DayStar. And that's what this is.
And my accountability, let's just talk about, first I'm accountable to God. You talk around reverential fear.
She want to protect DayStar. That means DayStar has become an idol. The Bible says not to worship any God before me. A lot of times you got pastors and bishops and Christian organizations, they worship their business. They worship their network. They put it before God.
I have that at the highest level. There has not, my mother said to me, she's so angry about all this stuff because she prays for me every day. She said, I have watched you make right decisions your whole life. How dare they question you now? And Marcus would say the same thing. He used to say to me, oh my gosh, he trusted me to the highest level. Who is my accountability? God is my accountability. He will spank me good if I do something wrong. But people like Jimmy Evans will tell you that I call him, just like I called him when I started dating Doug. Like, if I'm doing something wrong, tell me. And I told you I would submit to that.
And she did. The prenup, when she called me when they were dating, I said, "No, Joni, he's going to sign a prenup." And we talked about that for a long time. And she agreed. And then I talked to Doug, and I said, "No, Doug, you know you have to sign a prenup."
You told her to sign the prenup?
Yeah.
I told, at the very beginning, we talked about prenup.
And he told me he wasn't going to accept him right off. He's like, my responsibility is to
That's right.
is to take care of you. You're like my sister. He's like my big brother, and you know that. And so he said, I'm not going to just say yes with this. And so, you know, but other people in my county, with my years of
So
ministry,
she's been very submitted to me in many circumstances, but in this situation with Doug, totally. And we have very difficult conversations, and she never pushed back. She never rebelled, and neither did Doug.
and there are other people in my life that I trust, that I sought their counsel. And that's what I did when I got your email, because I was mad. I knew my flesh was responding. I didn't want to respond out of emotion. And so I waited and called you, and then talked to these other people. And the other people that I talked to love my kids, but they're just
Can you
like,
tell me who it is? I'm just curious.
Huh?
Can you tell me who it
You're
is?
gonna ask them first.
"Now let me,
Oh, you have to ask them. Okay.
yeah,
Sure.
yeah, let me ask. Well, I can tell you, Sean Bolt's been very,
Sean Bowles is the prophetic one.
been very encouraging to me about the whole thing. And there are other prophetic people. Chris Reed has been very encouraging to me. Nate Johnson has been very encouraged to me. Billy Burke, totally. I mean, these are all prophetic people that we trust. And so I just want y'all.
All the people she's talking about are false prophets. Those are all demons and witches and warlocks. Anybody talking about they're of the prophetic and all this other nonsense, they're of the devil. All this prophetic power, all these Christians keep saying they have, but they're not solving no problems in your lives. They're just focused on making money.
Have a relationship with Doug and to know him like I know him, and to be around him, and to let go of all this other stuff, and to trust me. That's all I want. I don't want to have to be the bad guy. I don't, but I will.
I think on a personal note, he's married to you. I wanted time to just let it happen naturally. I wasn't pushing anything. When it comes to DayStar, I just wanted to do my little job, serve God in that way, and go home to my kids.
If you respect and honor me, and you respect and honor him,
But reading feedback is not that, though, to me. That's like...
No, reading feedback and somebody saying something nice is nothing in light of everything we've talked about. And, you know, we got to get past that.
I mean, that's not like...
Susan said, Jesus is Jewish, the Lion of the tribe of Judah. You got that wrong. He's not Jewish. See, when you look at the suffix ish, blackish, it's not really black. It looks like it's black, but it's not black. That's why it's called blackish. Do you know that? You wish that you were it. See that? The Messiah sprang out of the tribe of Judah, yes. But he never wore no title, such as what you said. That's false. That's what religion give you, to blind. And see, when you say that, you're trying to connect the Messiah to them other people. Those other people are not the people of the book. Let me ask you a question. The mother folks that claim they the people of the book, Are they preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ? Are they in the black community at the projects preaching the truth? Nope. Are they going to the prisons to preach the gospel to anybody? Nope. Are miracles happening? Nope. Do I need to go on? See, this is what's the matter with religion, man. This is why Christianity is horrible, because there's nothing but lies being taught. People are confused. They say things that makes no sense. If a coat is blackish, it's not black. You know? You think it is, but it's not. You actually wish it was black. You got a lot of people that wish they were us, but they're not. They're not us, man. And this is what gets people upset, because this is why the churches are controlled by the government. This is why you got 501c3 churches. They can't say the things that I say. They can't. People would leave churches just because of the way I'm talking. Like, I'm not following this guy. Fam, let me tell you something, man. If you're a black man, nobody cares about you. If you're a black man listening to me right now, nobody cares about you. If you think all the other nations care about you, they don't. Nobody cares about us. That's why we're supposed to care about ourselves and focus on loving one another and building community. Well, we don't do that. We kill one another. Our worst enemy is ourselves. That's why in the black community, it's nothing but violence and bloodshed. Those are the signs that the Bible speak of. It basically tells us that you'll identify the children of Israel based on the curses, the signs that will be upon them. You'll be able to know who they are because you'll see the plagues, you'll see the signs. You'll be like, damn, what's going on with that people? You look at all ethnic groups of people around the world, they all stick together. They all do business with one another. You look at our people, we can't even do business. We can't come together to do nothing because we're out for self. And during slavery, they taught us to be this way. They taught us to be selfish. They taught us to envy one another. This is why anytime a black man or black woman begin to rise in success, we get jealous quick. We're not jealous of the white man. We're jealous of a black man. When we look at a white man or an Asian man that have success, we look at it as normal for them to have that. It's normal. They're supposed to drive a nice car. But if I see a black man driving a nice car, I got to get jealous. We don't want to see each other have a nice home. We get upset. Where I live at, you have a lot of white folk, and I have conversations with them. And for them, it's normal to live in a nice area, to be doing well. That's normal. But see, now, if you're a black man or black woman and you move from a bad situation to a good situation, it's as if though black folk are never really happy for you from the heart. They're never really happy. It's almost like, well, why you? What did you do? Something illegal to get there? Like, and then they want to pocket watch, hate, or try to sabotage everything you're doing because they want you to suffer. Why we do that to one another? It's called hate. We hate one another because we're the chosen people. And because of that, we're not following the Most High. See, in these churches, they don't teach who the chosen people are. And this is why our people are in different religions. They're Muslims, they're Christians, they're Buddhists, or they dibble and dabble in all religions. Religion is the problem. That's why we have war. That's why we have all these issues. I mean, think about this. In the black community, you have gangs. The gangs are not fighting the white man. The gangs is not fighting the Asian man. The gangs is fighting black people. A black gang fighting another black gang. You got the Crip. They mad at the blood mad at the Crip. You got this gang here, they mad at that one. You got the op chasing around that one. They shooting this one, shooting that one. But when you look at them, you seeing black men killing black men. So you have to think, what's going on here? Why these people hate each other like this? Why is it that within all communities, in the black community, we killing each other every single day? A white man can walk through the black community with no fear. I see it all the time. I remember one time I stopped this white dude when I was in the hood in Brooklyn. I was like, let me ask you a question. I see you with your family there. When you walk through this area, do you feel any fear? Do you worry about getting robbed? He said, no. I don't feel that way. I'm just walking my family. I'm just going down the street. I'm just heading out to the park. We got a car parked over there. We're just going to go do our thing. But now if another black man walk by that same hood, black men from the neighborhood be like, yo, who that? Yo, who that, bro? Hey, yo, bro, you from around here? Why is it that why we do that? Why is it that it's so acceptable and easy to kill one another, right? And hate one another? Why is it so normal? It's almost like it's normalized for black folk to hate each other because we're not taught to love. We're taught to hate. This is what we're taught. You see? This is why when we see another one of us rise, we want them to fall. And religion makes it worse because in Christianity, you got the prosperity gospel with these false prophets, pimping preachers. All they do is talk about money all day. So when you see one Christian driving a nice car, you get jealous. You don't congratulate them, you get jealous. I mean, just because somebody driving a brand new car doesn't mean they own the car. Just because somebody live in a nice house doesn't mean the house is paid off. People pay bills, man. There's no reason to be getting jealous of people, man. I don't know why people do that. Just live your life, man, and stop being materialistic, getting jealous at the next man. Learn how to grind, learn how to build, and you'll find your way. But getting mad at the next man for succeeding in life, that's pathetic, man. It don't make no sense. You know? Susan is still talking. Abraham was wealthy. I'm telling you, man, you not. You talking about Abraham was wealthy, but you not. See the difference? Religion got everybody messed up, man. Yeah, Susan is most likely over 60. Guaranteed. Right, Susan? I'm reading your mail, right? I know. Let's get back to the tapes. Do what we got to do. Because religion is really the problem, guys. Religion is what keeping everybody dumbed down and docile. Let me see. You know, it's a poor person in today's day, a person who lacked knowledge. That's a poor person. A person who think they rich because they got money is not rich. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose your soul? What does it profit you to be rich in the area of money, but you blind, you can't see? You have cancer, but you rich, you got money. Your money cannot save you. You got all the cars, but you can't drive them. You got all the clothes, but you can't wear it. You got all the money, but you can't spend it. You got wealthy men in this world that got trillions of dollars, billions of dollars, but they don't do nothing for the earth. They don't help the poor, but they flaunt around their money. And we talk about, this guy is a billionaire and that guy's a billionaire, but he don't give a fuck about you. I don't want to hear nothing about who's a billionaire if they're not using that money to empower other people. What does it profit you to be a billionaire? You're not taking that money with you. You're not. Because when you dead, your family gonna squander your wealth. Period. Don't tell me nothing about Oprah and this and that. Oprah ain't doing a damn thing for nobody. But she black. No, she's not. She's a part of the elite. But what about Tyler Perry? He's a part of the elite. Just like Jay-Z is a part of the elite, but they coming after him right now. There's going to be more allegations. There's going to be another woman. Somebody else is going to come out of the woodworks to throw dirt on Jay-Z. And he's going to be mixed into the P.Diddy situation. Because remember, right now, with the whole Jay-Z situation, they bringing up Foxy Brown, talking about, yeah, he used to fuck with Foxy Brown back in the day and whatnot. And yeah, they had their little thing going on. But what I'm trying to tell y'all is the sad thing about this is, even if Jay was messing with Foxy, why the fuck is everybody talking about this in 2024? Because the culture back in the 90s, that's how it was. The younger chicks was going after the older brothers. That was normal. No matter how you see it. Most of the women that are in their 40s and 50s that's talking shit about Jay-Z were literally back in the days throwing it back, getting their back blown out every day. They just don't want to tell you that they were 304ing back in the day. So they're mad. So of course they want to see the man fall. Me personally, I just want to see evidence. If you bring evidence, then yeah, we can roast, we can cook. But if there's no evidence, then we just basically trying to lynch another black man. We got evidence on Diddy, so we know Diddy is dirty. But with Jay, we need evidence that he actually raped a 13-year-old. If you don't got that evidence, fam, we wasting our time. Let's get back to these tapes. Hear what's going on.
Asking us to say that we support this marriage, you know, we've been wanting to be in support of it. Like, it's not asking us to lie.
You have to support the marriage now. We're married. You have to support it. You can't say, I'm sorry, I don't support your marriage, Mom. That doesn't work here, does it?
No.
It doesn't work.
Well, I mean,
you can do that on a personal level, but not, you can't import that into this ministry.
We don't. That's the thing. They do the show.
Yeah, I haven't. Like, I haven't publicly said like what I said. I've kept my feelings to you in a letter. Like, I wrote to you.
Y'all have talked to other people. You've talked to other people.
We've only talked to friends.
Close ones that we trust for prayer.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who you're talking to. You're in disagreement. You do not agree with Doug being her husband. And what you're not saying is as damaging as what you're saying. Because you didn't read that comment.
I'm not going to fake a personal relationship. It has to happen naturally.
Well, you're telling her what has to happen.
I'm telling you
she's the boss.
I'm telling you my boundary, and you make your decision from there.
I'm saying to you, Suzy, very simply, if you can't do what she wants, you have to go. It can't be both ways.
I didn't ask it to be both ways. I'm here.
But what you're saying is, you're saying, at DayStar, I'm going to do my job and go home. And I don't want to be told anything other than that. Well, that's not how it works. Your job is to please her. When she has a smile on her face, you did your job. Your job is not to come and talk about God and go home. Your job is to come and please the boss and go home. So she's not pleased. She's not happy. So it just can't keep going on like this. It's been too hard. And again, she asked me the other day on the phone, she said, do you think I'm overreacting or being too hard or whatever? And I said, Joni, you have been incredibly gracious with your children. through this whole situation, but this has to stop. I've tried to be gracious with you. And all I'm saying is, it's got to stop. It's got to stop right now. This cannot continue for your own good, for your children's good, because you're all torn up about it. And so DayStar Network is going to go forward with her at the helm. And you're either with her or you're not. And when I say with her, I mean 100%. I'm not saying 99%. I'm not saying that you sit and don't talk about Doug or whatever. You've got to talk to Doug. You've got to talk about Doug. You've got to read whatever she wants you to read on the air. And if that's something you can't do, I respect you if you leave, but not if you stay.
This is sick, man. This is like, man, it's like, think about how many churches, how many religious institutions that got people like this, where they force you to think a certain way. And if you don't, then you're fired. You just got to think the way I want you to think. Got to do what I want you to do. You got to please me. You got to please the boss, not please God. You got to please the boss.
I want you to stay and submit. But if you can't, it's a simple decision. And she will fire you. I'm just telling you, she will.
I came prepared for anything. I just have to be honest, and then the decision's in your hands.
Yeah.
That's that.
Yeah.
Simple,
But, I
simple.
mean, the ball's not in my court, it's in your court. It's
How?
in your court.
I just, like I said,
You submit to my authority or you don't.
yeah,
and
like
that's-
whatever I say to read, if I'm not comfortable, then I have to stick with my convictions.
Well, whatever you read, if you don't agree with the viewer's comment, it's not your right to agree or disagree with it. If a viewer has a comment about me or you or anybody else, it's a nice comment. That's a good thing to read it. That's not a bad thing to have anything to do with you. You're reading a viewer comment. That's
I'm
what-
representing it. It's a lie.
You're not
It's
representing
real.
anything. It's
I'm
not a
reading
lie.
it out.
It's
I'm
not a
reading
lie.
it.
It's not a lie.
It's a lie if I say something that I don't
has
believe.
nothing to do with you.
If I
So you
say
don't
something,
believe
I don't
Doug's
believe
a
it.
good man.
I'm not gonna just
It has
read the.
nothing to do with you. It is a viewer comment. It's not a Suzy comment. It's a viewer comment.
I can't go against my convictions in that, and I'm
Well, then
not
don't
challenging.
come back then.
Okay.
You're gone. You're
Okay.
fired.
That's
If
right.
you can't read a nice comment about Doug, I don't want you here.
Wow.
You won't do the green room. You won't do anything.
Okay.
Okay.
That's wicked. That's
What
evil.
about you, John?
I'm just going to seek the Lord and I'm going to pray. I love you and respect
There's got to
you.
be a heart change, and you see there's not.
No, I definitely.
I knew if there wasn't a heart change, then nothing would change. Until the heart changes,
Yeah. I think you guys have got yourself in a position to what you are going to down this hill. This is the hill you're going to down. I think that's
Wow.
the
Just
choice.
doing what
I just said I'm not saying I'm not or I'm yes or no. I'm just saying I'm just going to pray. You'll know if I read a comment or not. Like if I'm going to apply. If I'm going. If I come on and I say I'm not going to read the comment, then you'll know my decision.
No,
So-
that's not what's going to happen. You're not getting back on the set until she knows that you're submitted. It's not a matter of you doing what you want to do when you want to do it. It's a matter of her knowing today that you're submitted to her and that you trust her and you're willing to do what she says. And she may give you longer than that. She may give you till tomorrow or whatever. But all I'm saying is, this is not a religious process of you going home and praying. This is a process, very practical process of you telling your boss whether you're behind her or not, whether you'll submit to her or not. Now, you're spiritualizing all of this, and all of the scripture is behind her, not behind you. She's the authority. She's your mother. Either
Wow.
way.
This is
And
crazy.
so, in your next job, if you leave this job and you go to your next job, trust me, whatever boss you have, you're going to disagree with 18 times more than you ever have her. And you're going to have to submit it. They're going to fire you again. And so in the real world, because you've lived in a bubble, DayStar is a bubble. It is a wonderful spiritual place to work, and you've lived in a bubble. In the real world, this crap doesn't fly. And you can't defy your boss to get away with it the way you have her. She's been incredibly gracious with you.
Imagine your mom is your boss, and you got to submit to your mom. You're a grown man, and you're being treated like this.
But it's all over. And so as far as I'm concerned, no response today is the bad response. And I'm not saying on her behalf, I'm saying on my behalf. If you can't submit today, it is a spirit, and it is going to continue. And it can't continue. It has to be over, Jonathan. Either you submit or you don't. Now, Suzy's saying no. Your wife is saying no.
I didn't say I would not submit. To me, submission is doing the job that is ministry and not having to fake a relationship
You're
with
telling
Doug.
the boss what your job is. You can't do that.
Faking a relationship.
Remember, the Bible says don't be men pleasers. You see that? So basically what DayStar want them to do is be men pleasers. They want them to kiss their ASS. That's pretty much what they want.
With Doug is part of the DayStar job. That's not.
Reading a comment about Doug is part of the job.
I cannot go against my convictions.
No, you listen. You said no. I respect that. But then I look at you, Jonathan, and I say, "What about you?" Because your wife said no, and you're saying you want to pray about it.
Do you see how he's trying to put the wife? Do you see how he's trying to manipulate the situation? In other words, like, look, your wife is saying she's not going to submit. So what say you? Like, you going to let her sit there saying this and that? That's going to cause more turbulence in their home.
A lot of prayer. There's been a lot of conversations. It's time to make a decision.
Well, we just had this meeting today, so I think it's fair to be able to give
No,
them time
I think you
process
need to tell me
things.
now. You either submit or you don't. You either submit or you don't. I'm not playing the game any longer. I'm not letting you go home and pray about it and think about it. Susie's made her decision. Now you make your decision.
I haven't had, you didn't give me
I'm not giving.
any foreknowledge of this meeting of, like I have to make a decision.
Shouldn't have to.
Anytime you're being forced to make a decision on the spot, you're in a cult. You're in a secret society. You're surrounded by demons and devils. The man just said, let me pray about it. Let me go home, pray about it. I'll get back to you. She's like, no, I need an answer now. That's the devil.
You always put the burden on her. The burden's on you. You're the employee. She's the employer. The burden's on you. And you have to make a decision.
This is crazy, man.
So off the show or just off vice president, like he's losing his job? Like we have to clarify that.
And remember, the son is supposed to be the vice president, right? He's supposed to be the vice president. And this is how the vice president getting treated.
Submission is for all those things, Susie.
I'm just
It's not just
asking.
for on the show.
You said you might have to take some time off the show before in the meeting, so I'm clarifying that for Jonathan.
I said, though there are consequences to this kind of rebellion.
Rebellion.
So I think been through that. So either you say, yes, Mom, I'm submitted to you. I may not agree with you on anything, but I'm submitted to you. Or you say you're not. It's one or the other.
The last thing you want to do is blindly follow a demon. And think about how many churches and organizations do this.
Just give me 24 hours to pray about it. That's all I ask, kindly, so respectfully.
I'm not going to give you 24 hours. You give me an answer now.
Wow.
You either submit it to me or you're not.
She's evil.
I'm submitted to you in every aspect. The only aspect where there is some consternation in my spirit is having to read something that praises your marriage in front of our live worldwide studio audience. That's the only thing. There's been nothing else that I've been difficult about. I've submitted you. I've been an incredible son. I've been an incredible employee. I haven't had any problems with you or leadership.
This is what the Bible says, father and daughter, mother and son, they're going to all betray you. You know what I mean? Your family going to betray you. You're going to have fallouts with your relatives. This is a clear indicator of how that plays out.
It's just with this error, this marriage, there's just been
First off, this is a viewer comment. So the fact that you're using that as the catalyst as to why you can't, do that really speaks to a much deeper issue in your heart. That's just an excuse, right?
That's right.
Well, the deeper issue is just feeling unwell in my spirit about the marriage. That's all it is.
Well,
it's,
then
it's
again,
nothing
you
against,
have made
it's nothing
your,
against
you have
you.
made your opinion an idol because everyone
right.
else disagrees with
That's
you.
right.
Who's everyone else?
Everyone else just
Oh, you too, of course, yeah.
Well, there's a lot of others.
there's a lot of
Jonathan,
others, a lot of
you
others.
continue to disrespect me in the sense that I've been doing this since before you were born. I have dozens and dozens of Doug stories that I could tell you.
Here he go, flaunting his credentials around.
Horrible situations that I've seen people come out of. And I'm saying, I know abuse when I see it. I know a situation like that. I am a marriage guy. I've given my entire life, adult life, to helping marriages. I'm not a divorce guy. I'm a marriage guy. I help people get married and stay married. The only time that I can shift over is when I know there's something that's damaging a person. So in my expertise, I talked to Doug a number of times. I talked to her and I told her, I'm not for Doug, I'm not against Doug. I just don't want you getting in any situation that God will bless. And so I started having conversations with Doug. Doug never badmouthed his wife to me. He never said anything bad about her. I talked to him about him. And he started telling me when he was saying things, it was consistent with 41 years of experience of people that I've talked to exactly in his situation. And I respected the fact that he never tried to trash Lisa to me. I talked to him about signing a prenup. Absolutely. I've got my own money. I don't need Joni's money. I talked to him about not being in leadership at DayStar. He said, listen, I'm about to retire. I don't want another job. I don't need that. Blah, blah, blah. Every time I pushed a button, okay, and I pushed a lot of them, gracious, godly, righteous, prayed about it. The Lord spoke to me, talked to Joni, went through the whole process. That doesn't mean anything to you guys. You treat me like I'm just like you, or that really I'm less than you because I don't understand, because Doug knows how to talk to me and pull the wool over my eyes. I'm saying to you, I have her and me together. First of all, she just outranks you, period. That's a simple issue. But secondly, you've got 80 years of experience sitting right here talking to you. It's a spirit, Jonathan. It's a spirit. That you won't listen, not just to authority, but to experience. I know more than you know about marriage. I know that you have more than you'll ever know about marriage. Okay? That's who I am. That's who God made me to be. And I'm sitting here trying to help you and your family through this situation, and you've disrespected me the whole time in the sense that you've rejected everything I had to say. So I'm sitting here today, and I'm hoping for a good outcome. But there will be an outcome here today. And that outcome will be that you respect her, that you trust her, because you'll have to trust her. She's your boss. Or that you don't. Now, whether you respect me or not, that's just a personal issue. But you have disrespected me in that sense.
I disagree, sir.
And so...
I feel like I've been very patient to listen to you this whole time.
Well, you've listened and rejected everything I had to say. To this day, you don't agree with that.
His opinion is an idol. He has made his opinion an idol, and the stubbornness that's attached to that.
Yeah.
And what God has gifted him with, the enemy's now using against him.
Yeah.
And they're both completely deceived.
They talking about the enemy is using what? Nah. It's Joni Lamb and Jimmy Evans. They're the devil. You know what I mean? They're the ones that are the demons. The DayStar demons. That's why it's called DayStar. Like the morning star? Remember Lucifer? See? He wanted to be the son of the morning. This is what he wanted to do. That's why they be naming their companies and their networks, giving subliminal messages. They want to be like the Most High. They want to be in authority. This is what they want to do.
Do you believe, Jonathan, that you're kind of representing your dad in all this?
Do I believe I'm representing my dad? I'm representing Jonathan Lamb. I'm carrying on his legacy, but
do you believe your dad would be pleased that your mom's married to Doug?
I believe my dad would have wanted me to look out. The Bible says a watchman sees trouble coming and he sounds the alarm to save him, and if he doesn't, then he'll fall into the trap. I feel like I'm sounding the alarm with all these red flags that we see and that many others see.
There's not any red flags.
Well, Jonathan, as a pastor, some of the greatest damage that was ever done to me was by people who called themselves my watchmen. And God, there's no position of watchman in God's church. That was Old Testament.
He said there's no watchmen in God's church.
Those were Old Testament prophets. In the New Testament, there's no such thing as a watchman. And in DayStar, you're not the watchman. And in the family, you're not the watchman.
Well, I'm her covering. I'm the only one.
You're not her covering.
You're not like...
Wow. This is crazy, man. This is just evil, man. When I tell you there are witches and warlocks out here, this is where they are. They're in these so-called Christian institutions, man. That's where the witches and warlocks are at. That's where they practice witchcraft and sorcery.
Well, I mean, when Dad passed, you said I was your covering.
But she got married.
You were called alongside me to help.
But you called me your covering.
You were a protective covering as far as personal things he was helping me with, like
Yes,
finances,
but
etc.
also to be someone to
But
look out
you were
for
never
you.
the covering of DayStar. I was your covering at DayStar. And your dad
No, but
would
it's
be so pleased. He wanted me to get married more than anyone. He told me a million times, if anything ever happens to me,
But as
you
far
get
as-
married. And he loved Doug too, as well.
but as far as your
I'm
relationship.
trying to figure
Sorry,
out
can I
why
speak?
you're so
Can I
stubborn.
finish?
Yeah, no,
Jimmy?
no, I'm gonna talk.
Notice how they won't even let Jonathan speak. I don't know if y'all noticed that. I don't know if y'all noticed that. The only one I've been hearing from was Jimmy. I ain't hear nothing really from Jonathan. It's like anytime he talk, he can't even complete a sentence. It's crazy.
I didn't get to respond to her.
Is that I keep trying to wonder why you're so stubborn and why you argue so much. And I'm wondering if maybe you feel like you're being loyal to your dad.
Okay, I was just responding to her. So basically,
Wait a minute. Don't ignore what I just
You
said.
being loyal to your dad or
I'm
God?
asking you why you're being so
I'm
stubborn.
loyal to God. I'm loyal to God above all. Like,
Well, God wouldn't be pleased with this.
No.
How's she going to say God wouldn't be pleased with this? You asked him who is he loyal to. He said he's loyal to God.
God's not
God's
pleased.
not pleased. And you've opened up yourself, both of you, to demonic activity in your family and with your kids.
Isn't that like the church? They always say you got a demon. That's what she's doing right now, saying that they open themselves up to demonic activity.
By your rebellion against me.
I don't see it
I
as
don't.
rebellion.
It's not rebellion.
It
We're
is, it is
just-
rebellion.
Yeah, you're
and
rebellion.
Admitted in every
it
way.
will be recognized. I mean, you'll bring a curse upon you and your kids.
Wow.
You guys keep trying to teach us, and you're just not going to.
She said they're going to bring a curse upon their kids. Does that not sound familiar? Do you see how when Christians are speaking, they love to say, if you don't obey me, a curse is going to come on your kids. So you need to submit to me and my authority and give money. This is what they do.
Not teaching you. We're telling you
Yeah, you're just telling. You're trying to tell me
we're
what
expressing
reality is. I'm just saying
No,
you don't
you
know.
pastored for 41 years and worked with marriages. I don't think so.
I have not.
You have about a thumbnail of experience compared to
But you
him
act
and me.
like you do.
Right.
But you act
do
like you do.
very prideful. You're being very prideful right now.
How is it prideful? I'm just sitting here and listening. I
And
don't
you're sitting
understand.
with
But it is, Suzy. It really is. It's related to this situation with Doug. If you take Doug out of the equation, you guys are wonderful. I love you. Never had a negative interaction with you. Related to Doug, you guys, this has brought out the worst in you. And it's revealed something about your hearts.
it has.
And what it's revealed about your hearts is if you don't agree, you won't do it. And the reason you've done it so far is you agree. But now that you don't agree, and when Joni was talking about this situation, whatever, you're fallible. And that's why you need authority. You're
Why
just-
do you think I gave it to God? I walked away from
But
anything.
we're not talking about God. We're talking about authority.
I gave it to them. Exactly. Authority, Marcus and Joni, and I let it go completely.
What
Didn't
about Joni?
stand on.
What about Joni and Doug?
What about they're married? We come do the show. I'm not going to be part of the show.
The same spirit of submission. You give it to them. You don't.
That's my point. That's since day one. I come,
you
do
will,
my little
you
bit, and I
will
leave.
come and read a comment about your comment about
That's the conviction. That I'm not going to just fake a relationship that's not there. I'm just going to be authentic to myself. If that's viable, so
Just
be
have
it.
a relationship with him. Build a relationship. But you're hiding behind all this religious talk.
It's not religious.
It's religious
Very
talk.
religious.
When
very
you won't
very immature.
when you won't read this comment about Doug on the air, it says everything.
Says everything. It reveals the heart, and that is what.
But no one.
That's the revealing that has taken place. I would have never seen this in these two had Doug not come into the picture, and now I do, and I feel like God wanted me to see it for the future, and so it's disheartening because I love them both so much. I've been nothing but good to them their whole life. I mean, I birthed this child here, so.
Well, again, in the real world, you guys wouldn't get this kind of treatment.
Marcus would have fired them both by now. He would not have put up with it for a second. He would have said, leave. He told the kids before. He told me before. He said, don't you dare let them get away with disrespect. Da, 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 da. He would tell me
She's lying here. Basically what she's saying is that the guy would have fired them too. That's what she's saying.
all the time. He'd say, I will fire them in a second. So I have always been a little bit more long-suffering and grace-filled, but I'm done. So I just need to know, are you going to submit and respect my authority and let's move forward? Or
Wow.
are you gonna leave?
I'm sorry, fam. Mom or no mom, fam. I would have been flipping, bro. I would have been flipping. And, you know what I mean? Like, that's some, nah, this is crazy, man. First, I would have probably, it would have been ugly in there. Because, first of all, the dude, Jimmy, you know what I'm saying? He need to just mind his damn business, you know? Because he shouldn't even be speaking. But he support her because he's the one that hooked her up with the other dude, you know? So Jonathan should have cussed his ass out, told him shut the fuck up, set some order in there and toughen up like a man, and stop letting this Evans dude bully him. Because that's pretty much what he's doing. He's sunning him. He's bullying him.
Which is it?
I'm not leaving, but I told you I will.
You will leave if you don't submit to me.
I just said I will. Yes, I will submit to your authority, but if there's something that passes a
I can't have a but. Dr. Field says if there's a but in the sentence, you disqualify everything that you said before. All I need to hear is that you'll submit to me.
So basically, he don't have an option. He don't have an option. The man said just a while he'll submit, but if he sees something that is not right, you know what I mean, he gonna speak up about it. She don't want to hear that.
I just ask that you would respect the personal conviction that I have.
She don't respect his personal conviction. In the Christian church, if you try to hold anybody accountable, they'll just get you out of the church. That's how they do it. They'll either kill you or get you out of the church. Nobody want to be held accountable.
And
that's not a personal conviction. I'm not.
It's a personal conviction related to her marriage. It's not a personal conviction about where she gets
but
the nail.
I've been very respectful. I haven't.
No, he hasn't.
No, you have not.
You have not been respectful.
No, I mean
you have been disrespectful. You've been rude and you've been condescending. You've been prideful. You've been arrogant.
No, I haven't.
You've been unteachable.
Yeah,
you've
you
been
have.
stubborn. You've been all of those adjectives.
I've been very patient and calm.
Jonathan, you have not been very patient. No. I'm just saying, I would just say, just cutting to the chase, it's not going to work. And you have been given the opportunity to say, I submit and stay, and you won't. That's what you just said.
No, I didn't say I won't. I'm
Yes,
just
you
saying
did.
I need to pray about it. So.
No, you're saying you won't.
No, sir.
Yes, you did. You said, I just wish you would respect my personal conviction. We're in this room talking because your personal conviction
Well, that would
wouldn't
be
read
that would be my preference. I mean, if you had a very strong conviction about
All I want to
something,
hear is that you'll submit to my authority. That's all. I don't want to hear anything else. I don't want to hear about your personal convictions. I have never asked you to do anything that was outrageous. I have not made a decision since I took over the leadership of DayStar that was outrageous, that wasn't in line. You can ask Arnold. He has said that together we have led with excellence in every decision that's been made. It's not like I'm going to fall off the wagon and make a bad decision to marry a stupid guy that's somehow controlling me. That will never happen, has never happened, and will not happen. So you either trust me in the many years of experience that you've worked with me, or you don't.
How could he trust you and you're a witch? Like, you're evil. You have the Jezebel spirit on you. You're controlling. You're just a wicked ass woman, fam. Like, real talk, fam. Like, see, this is why when I do my content, I just say what needs to be said straight. I'm not here to tickle ears. This woman is evil, fam. Like, she evil, DayStar is evil, all them people is evil. And I got a lot of videos to expose. A lot of content I got to talk about. So there's a lot of things that came out, man. You know? Especially with her, her public statement. If I'm correct, I think she had stepped down from DayStar. I'm not. There's so many videos, fam. I got a bunch of videos I got to react to, man. It's just a lot of stuff. There's so much information, I didn't know where to start from. It's just so much. I was like, you know what? Let me just review this video here and kind of jump into the mix so I could pretty much figure out my way through this mess that is going on in Christianity. Because everybody's talking about it in the Christian sector. They're pretty much talking about that. So let me get back to the tape.
And that's what I need to know. Yes, Mom, I'll submit to you. That's all I need to hear.
That's sad. He ain't doing that.
I just need to pray about it. That's all. I mean, I'm just asking, give me
That's a no.
24 hours.
That's a no.
It's not a no.
It's a no. That's a no.
It's not a no.
It's a
If
no.
somebody said they need to pray about something and you're trying to force them, you are wicked. You're evil. You're the fucking devil, fam. Like, this is evil. That's like you a man and you're talking to a lady and you're like, come on, baby, let's just go to bed. You know what I'm saying? Let's just get it in. You know what I mean? You feeling me, I'm feeling you. And she's like, look, I want to pray about it, like for us getting married, and you know, and you're like, look, babe, it's either we're gonna sleep together or it's over. You know what I mean? I don't got no time with that stuff. Talking about you want to go pray. It's like, I'm ready right now. How you gonna do that? And that ought to be a sign to any woman that if this dude is trying to smash and you pretty much want to pray about it, it's like, in other words, your flesh as a woman may want to do it because you like him, but he's pressuring you. He's pressuring you to get you in bed. That's the devil. You said, let me pray about it. He don't even want you to pray. He don't want you to seek God because he know if you pray, God is going to tell you the truth to leave him alone. You see that? He don't want you to pray because he know if you go pray, the Lord is going to tell you to get that ninja out your house. He don't want you to pray. He want you to be vulnerable because he know in that state you might be horny. You know what I mean? See, your pastor ain't going to talk like this. I got to speak raw. See, when you with that dude, as much as he want to smash, you want to fuck too. You do. But deep down inside, you know it's not right. You know you're not his wife. You know what I mean? So you want to go seek the Lord about it. You want to go pray. He don't want you to pray because he the devil. Keep telling you ladies all the time, a lot of these ninjas out here, all they want to do is fuck. That's it. They ain't trying to take care of you. They ain't trying to build a family. They ain't trying to wife you up, be serious. All they want to do is bust a nut. Remember, I got 4 daughters. I got 4 daughters that I got to raise. What the fuck you think I'm going to be telling them? You think I'm going to be over here sugarcoating anything? All of these dudes out here, all they want to do is fuck. That's all they want to do. It takes a man to raise a young man, to be a man of honor. But these young men are not being raised by fathers to respect a woman. So if a young man is being raised not to respect a woman, then what do you think he going to do with a young lady? How you think he's seeing a young lady? He only seeing her as a piece of meat. You know what I mean? That's why they had shotgun weddings back in the day. Because if you went and took advantage of a man's daughter, the whole family would come hunt you down and bring the shotgun and force you to marry that young lady. You fucked her, right? You got her pregnant, right? Okay, so you marrying her. That's your wife now, bro. But I don't want to marry her. You know what I'm saying? You're going to marry her, bro. You dying today. You marrying her. And you're going to be with her long term. And if you put your hands on her, we're going to take you out. Best believe that. Let her call me up and she tell her daddy that you put hands on her. You're going to wish you never did that, bro. Trust and believe that. The fathers of old were not playing no games. They would hunt you down over their daughter because you dishonored the family. It's a dishonorable thing to take a man's daughter and pipe her down and put your nut inside of her. And you ain't go to the father and had a conversation that you wanted to take his daughter as a wife. But instead, you went behind the father and the family's back. You dishonored their family. That's worthy of death. Total dishonor. So when you see what they're doing here, they're trying to force Jonathan to submit against his will. That's the equivalent of forcing a woman into bed against her will. You know what I mean? She says she want to pray about it. You don't want her to pray. Why? Because you want to take advantage. That's what the church does.
No, it's not.
So now,
Mr.
Jonathan, you have this
it's
thing.
A no.
No, it's not.
It's
It
a no.
is. It is.
I submit to you.
You're saying on my terms.
Okay, that's all I want to hear. That's all I want to hear is I submit to you, Mom.
Wow.
And we'll move forward.
See, Jonathan, you a damn coward for saying that, fam. That's why you being exposed too. You think because your mom is evil that you not evil too? You've been a part of DayStar the whole time. You knew the family secret all that time. So you ain't shit too. See, a lot of these influencers on YouTube, it's like they taking your side and Suzy's side. All of y'all ain't shit. At the end of the day, I don't trust none of y'all. All of y'all being exposed. See, the work that I do, we expose everybody. Ain't nobody hiding. Ain't nobody safe. You were a part of DayStar. You are inheriting the family wealth. You are a part of the bloodline of devils. So at the end of the day, you exposed too. Because you knew the family secrets in terms of the sexual abuse and various other things. And now y'all all want to come forward now. Nah. Yeah, it's good that you did it because it gives me content to expose. But you getting exposed too because you knew about the family dirt and you never came forward. So year after year, your whole family was fake. The whole family was fake all this year, all these years.
And you can trust me.
You can't trust her.
And you can't read a comment about Doug, and you know that.
I'm sorry?
You cannot read a comment about Doug, and you know that. If tomorrow you were on Ministry Now and you had to read a comment about Doug, would you? The same comment you didn't read?
Oh, if I had to submit to her, then absolutely.
That's what he just said. I submit to you, Mom.
So you would read a comment. The comment y'all wouldn't read, you would now read.
I mean...
You see what they're doing to him? In other words, you said you'll submit, so if you had to reread the comment about their marriage, would you read it now? That's what they're doing. They're forcing.
That's what he's saying.
This is evil. It's not godly. Yeah, for a paycheck, it's crazy.
So now you're in trouble with her.
So now you're
Why are you in trouble? What, you're making me some bad guy.
I'm not in
said
trouble
you
with her.
can
I'm
be.
just
Speak your mind. I'm
you are
telling.
bad, Suzy. You've got him by the balls, and you know it. And
Wow,
that's
babe.
exactly what
Babe, they're
you do.
really scary. They're saying horrible
No,
things.
no. That's not
I've
the
got
case
you
at
by
all.
the balls.
And other people
Who
see it. You
talks
see it in
like
your
this?
eyes right now, and you look at him like
Who
you gave him a
talks-
look.
I gave him a look of pity. Like I'm trying to. You're cornering him. This is so evil. What is happening?
No, what's evil?
And
is
you're telling
you.
me that I've
What's
got him
evil
by the
is you and the
balls.
spirit
Stop.
that's driving you, and the things you've done, the
It's
things
horrible.
you've said, the things you've written, the people that you've talked to, the people who've told me things you said that are disgusting.
Like what?
That is what evil.
Like what?
You know, Suzy.
What? I don't.
You
Tell me.
know. Oh, please, don't even try it.
What are
okay?
this?
Just
What are?
don't.
Can you tell me what these things are?
No, I'm not, because you know what they are.
I have
I
no
don't.
idea.
Jimmy, you were there in the meeting with the children. You heard what all she said. You told me what
Tell
she
me
said.
some of those things.
We don't.
Well,
Why do we have to repeat what you said? You know what you said.
Suzy, the thing is,
Everything I
the
said
whole-
in good
the
conscience,
whole
though. I don't know
conversation-
what's disgusting.
The whole conversation gets down to you're not submitted. Now you've admitted it, so I'm good with you. You've admitted you won't. Okay. Now it's down to you, and you won't. You always come back to the qualification of the personal conviction. And so I said, if you're on TV tomorrow, if you're on Ministry Now, and you're asked
I can't
to
even
read,
look at you
See, and that's the enemy right there. I can't even
That's
look
not.
at you.
because now it's the
Yes, it
balls.
is. Yes, it
Because
is.
they say I got you. Oh, it's so crazy.
But the point being, whatever she says moving forward is God. Okay, God, she's my boss. Whatever you say, I'll do. It is. She is God's authority in this place, and your job is to do what she says, not
Wow, she's the authority in this place because God gave her the authority.
your way, but her way, until she's pleased. And she is saying, Doug, her husband, there are going to be times, first of all, she wants you to be kind to him and respectful in the way that pleases her. She wants you to be able to read a comment or whatever else comes up in the course of your duties at DayStar. And you're saying you can do that now.
Whatever. If it's a sign for me to read a comment, then as it stands now, I mean, I'm not going to do something that's if it's something that's going against a, if it's like, if you had to read a comment saying people should get the job, obviously you're not going to do it, right?
You know what the comment is. There will be a positive comment, as we've gotten many from viewers, and I'm sure I'll have it on there to read on viewer feedback. not going to be ridiculous, not going to be something that's outrageous. I would never ask anybody to
But
do
Jonathan,
anything.
it just doesn't matter here. It's just, that's not even an issue. And if you have to agree with it, you're not submitted. You're never going to be asked to do anything at DayStar that's a sin. I can promise you that. It's just going to be.
Well, not a sin, but like the jab. I mean, a lot of people are for it, a lot of people are against it. You have a very strong personal conviction that's
We're not
bad.
talking about the channel.
I know, but that's an example where it's not.
I just need
People
to,
have
I
differences
just
in
need
opinion.
to
When I tell you, man, in Christianity, right, these type of networks and organizations, they use Jesus as some sort of shine, but there's so much corruption. It's so wicked, it's so evil. And the Most High is exposing it now. But what are you going to do about it? Are you going to wake up from the religion of Christianity and say it's time to walk away? You can't see what's happening right in front of your face? This is DayStar. DayStar. Let me see if I can pull up some receipts. Let me see if I got something here. Okay. Let me see if I can throw this in the video. Okay. Pull this up. Joni Lamb is a Christian broadcaster and the co-founder, president, and executive producer of the DayStar television network. She has been involved with Christian television since the mid-1980s and is known for her work with her late husband, Marcus Lamb, with DayStar. She's 64 years of age. Marcus, I believe he died in 2021, right? So Jonathan is her son, and pretty much they're with that whole Christianity, Pentecostal stuff and whatnot. And what's crazy is Marcus was with the prosperity gospel. Those of you that know from back in the day, Marcus Lamb, he was with the prosperity gospel. Just like with the Creflo Dollars, the TD Snakes, the Kenneth Copelands, all of them. So these are the gatekeepers within Christendom. These are the main elite families. These are the demons that been pushing these false prophets for so many years. These are the real demons, the big willies. So this is not a regular expose. These are the elitists, the people that sit in the shadows and do the most evil. These are the networks, television networks. So all the Christian false prophets had to go through their doors in order to mislead the people. So these are the ones that make all the money. These are the folks that are bigger. Man, I tell you, this is wickedness, man. That's why you got to know and do the research, find out who these people are. This is not your average Joes.
Had to do with the vaccine, then you do whatever she says, whether your personal.
Right, which we're in lockstep agreement on. But I'm just saying that there's other people in the Christian community that would say it would be a good thing to have gotten the jab.
You work for her.
Right. But I'm just saying that.
I just need to know you're submitted and that's it. That you're submitted to my leadership. If you're asked to read a nice comment about Doug, that you're submitted to that. Obviously, I'm not going to ask you to read a nice comment about Doug every day. But if the one comes up, that you're submitted to that. Just like today, Jonathan Weiss read something. There was something that was said that, on Viewcom, there was something that said about Doug that was nice. I don't remember what it was. He read it. So that's all I'm saying.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I would read most comments that were coming my way. If there was just something that really, if I prayed about it and I felt unwell in my spirit, then I would respectfully say, Mom, I don't feel comfortable reading this. I will recluse myself from the show.
I'm not going to do that because that still reveals a deeper heart.
But I also would ask respectfully that you would not try to force, if I felt uncomfortable about something, try to force it to.
All the people that I've talked to about that specific comment.
Let me give y'all some more information regarding DayStar so y'all understand. All right. So let me put this on the screen here. And let me see. Let's put this over here. All right. So let's look at a couple of things here so you could get an understanding of what we're dealing with. How much money is the DayStar worth? It says with $233 million in assets. DayStar is the largest religious television network in America that also calls itself a church. In 2014, the DayStar television network had $233 million in assets. The DayStar television network is the largest religious television network in the United States and is owned by the Word of God Fellowship. These are people that are demons, guys. These people are bigger than your Creflo dollars, bigger than your all these televent. These are the gatekeepers. Do you understand? These are the real demons that the Most High is exposing right now. You understand? These are the most wicked of all. See, when you think of like a T.D. Jakes and all this other stuff, you know, those guys are lightweight. You know what I mean? These are the big wheels. These are the true demons that are out here doing the most evil. They're doing the most evil out here, man. Very, very wicked. And they're responsible for all the false prophets that make the airwaves. Remember, they're the largest. So nothing goes on air except they come through these gates. So you're dealing with a dynasty of demons. That's what's going on here.
I read the comment and they said there was nothing wrong with the viewer comment that said something else about that.
And if you see any influencers interacted with them, they're a part of the elite too. This is why I said, don't trust none of these YouTubers that you see interacting with these families. They're all embedded together. They all get a check. They all sold out. You know what I mean? All of them. They're all a part of that club. All of them. Your Marcus Rogers? Yeah. We're calling you out. Yeah. Then you do an interview with her? Oh, we're going to review that too. That's right. Because you're a false teacher yourself. You think I wasn't going to call you out, fam? Yeah, man. You interviewed Jonathan and his wife. Oh, yeah, we're going to cover that too. You got to check, bro. You think, do you know who I am, bro? I'm sure you do. I'm Ringo TV. And we coming for you. Yeah, that's right. We're going to expose you. Because you false too. You down with the elite, bro. You think we don't know? I know. Maybe these people don't know. But there's no way in this world that anybody would do an interview with you unless you're a part of the elite. See, you working and playing double paper. Yeah, we pulling your card, bro. Yeah, that's right. How much they paid you? How much they paid you, fam? Because I see you online trying to defend yourself, talking about, oh, I ain't get no money. I ain't get this. I ain't get that. Bro, stop the cap. You do what you do for money. You don't do what you do for the love of Jesus. Who you fooling, bro? Ain't nobody going to sit down and talk to you unless they know and vetted you. That's the same woman that said you got to submit. So how in the world you out here doing interviews? That means you had to submit too. So you exposed already. You exposed, bro. Because based on what we seeing, based on the tapes, she want her son to submit to her. So if you're doing interviews, that means you submit to her. So that means your job is to make her look good, which means you got to check. Yeah, that's right. So if you watching that other dude, Marcus, and it's interesting, isn't his name the same as her late husband? Come on now, man. These people all in bed together, fam. Their names always give them away. Their names always give them away. Her late husband had the name Marcus. So the Marcus Roger guy, his name is Marcus too. So what makes you think he ain't get a check? Allegedly. Yeah. Come on now, Rogers. Come on, man. Why would that woman sit down to talk to you? What makes you so honorable, fam? She wouldn't sit down and talk to me because I'll literally expose her straight up. She a devil, bro. So for you to even do an interview, you're doing it for a check. You're doing it to get the recognition. You're clout chasing. You're trying to use that to get the buzz, bro. So you a part of the elite, fam. Yeah, that's right. You talking about the Christian Illuminati, bro, you a part of it. You been exposed, fam. You a part of the Christian Illuminati. All you so-called content creator Christian cats that out here acting like y'all be exposing people, fam. Y'all being exposed now. I'm on to all of y'all. I can see through all the shenanigans, all of the gaslighting, all of the little videos doing damage control, fam. We're gonna cover everything, bro. Everything. Y'all giving me work to do, fam. Like real talk. The Most High is calling me back out of retirement to expose you devils, man. Y'all out here misleading these people. These good people out here trying to find Jesus. They trying to repent of their sins, and they got y'all out here deceiving the people. You know? So it is what it is. Let's get back to the tape. Find out what's going on. Oh, I want to do one more thing. I'll just let the audio play, and I'll go find what I was looking for.
So,
John, let me just tell you the right answer. Just kind of right answer is, I'll do whatever you say. You're my boss. That's the answer. I'll do whatever you say. You keep qualifying it because you're not submitted. You're not submitted.
I am submitted, but obviously
I'm submitted, but you're not submitted, Jonathan. If you were submitted, you would talk like you're submitted and act like you're submitted. You're not submitted. I'm telling you, I know the difference. And I was telling you about the eldership that I worked for 30 years. Never had a problem with the elders because I said to them, you're God's voice to me. Okay. Well, as a group, not individually, but as a group, we came together, and whatever decision we made together, that was God's voice to me. Between meetings, I was the boss. Okay. But in those meetings, they were the boss. Okay. Somebody has to be God's voice to you. Okay. That's her. Whoever your boss is. Now, if you went to work for the post office, your boss is still your boss. You have to do what they say. It may not be God's voice to you, but they're God's voice to you as it relates to your employment. In this situation, spiritually, you work for DayStar, and this also your employment.
You see how they talking, fam? That this is your place of employment. Imagine your mom is telling you that she's your boss. This is an elite family. Check this out, fam, because y'all be thinking that like T.D. Jakes is like dangerous. Check this out. The estimated net worth of T.D. Jakes is $20 million. As a bishop, author, and filmmaker, T.D. Jakes is one of the veteran figures in the business of religion. According to Time, in 1996, he founded a non-denominational American megachurch called the Potter's House in Dallas, Texas, with a congregation of over 30,000 members. It sounds like it's pouring outside, fam. I don't know if y'all can hear that. I don't think so because the microphone have that tech that will block out noise. But it sounds like it's, you hear it on the roof. You hear it pouring. Maybe I'm just bugging out. Maybe it's a plane flying over or something. If you're in North Carolina, is it raining outside? Well, maybe I'm just hearing things. But anyway, if you notice, Jakes is worth $20 million. $20 million. But yet DayStar, $233 million in assets. That's just assets, guys. Assets. Fam, this DayStar television network, fam, is ultra rich. So when you see the family having this little meeting with the son, this is serious business, fam. They know that this can disrupt an empire of religious, like a gangster type mob force, fam. This is evil. This is an evil network, bro. So these are not regular Christians. These are the gatekeeper. This is the network. This is the place where all the false prophets have to submit to. So think about this. T.D. Jakes, all these different people, everybody have to pay their dues and homage to DayStar. That's what they got to do, fam. It's crazy work, man. Absolutely crazy. Let me get these things off the screen. Because, you got to follow the money. Wherever the money is, man, that's what you got to follow. Because a lot of times what they do is they put like the preacher, right? Like they put like the pastors and stuff like that in front of us, and they get us to be, I guess, confused and focus on the pastor. That's what they do. Like pastors like T.D. Jakes, this one, that one. And yes, we should be focused on the T.D. Jakes and all of those other guys because they're dangerous. But the true gatekeepers, the true Illuminati of Christianity is these type of networks. They're the big wheels, fam. That's like DayStar is like the equivalent of like, let me see. It's like it's like analog versus digital. YouTube would be like digital. DayStar would be analog. So you're dealing with the vintage form of networking that been the pipeline of preaching false doctrine for decades. These are the true demons, the true evil that have been pushing lies for years and years and years. That's who they are. So what they're doing is they're branching off with Christian podcasters now, like Marcus Rogers. He's one of them. And there's others that I got to expose to. All you Christian guys on YouTube, all of y'all being exposed. So be prepared for that. You're not going to like me. I'm not here to be liked. I'm here to expose the devil. I don't trust none of you because none of you are actually doing what the Bible say. You're mixed mingling with demons, and you're doing it for a check. You're not doing it for the gospel. It's not being done for free. You're doing it for a check. Anybody that would sit down with witches and warlocks to interview is of the devil. There's no other way around it. Right? So, that being said, let's get back to the tapes.
That's your covering. She's God's voice to you. You're not her covering. Okay. And so...
Well, I mean, God has his own voice to me, too.
Individually, yeah, about the decisions that you and Suzy make and all those, about your children, absolutely. You have your own relationship over here. But here, when you walk into DayStar, she's your covering. She's God's voice to you.
Just like Marcus was the covering.
That's crazy.
Right. And you can't come in and say, well, I've been praying over here. Suzy and I have been praying over here, and we don't agree with that. So we're going to import this private decision into DayStar and force it from the bottom up. When you walk in this door, you have to submit to her. And if you can't come back. That's what she's saying. And I'm saying to you, you're not submitted, Jonathan. You're not submitted. And part of it has to do with the conflict between you guys.
Do we have any conflict?
Well, you are now.
They think I have you by the balls.
No.
Babe.
No, if you sit there and say you're submitted and you go home tonight and she's not, now you got another set of problems.
You know what's so crazy, fam? Like, while I'm doing this live stream, I've seen people come into the live chat and they're like, what is DayStar? Who is DayStar? But they know who T.D. Jakes is. You don't see the problem? That's why they let you focus on these preachers. But they don't let you focus on the true secret society of Christianity. It's the network. Whoever controlled the network, control the net. Ah, you didn't get that one. Whoever controlled the network controls the fish. Let it marinate. Whoever controlled the network control what is being taught to the people. You see what's going on? It's serious business.
No, you are the leader for home. I follow your lead. You make your decision, babe.
So you have no problem.
You always have.
You have no problem if he comes and reads a good comment about
Why?
that.
I told him to read the card. I walked out of there before I knew what he was going to do.
Yeah.
I had never told him.
You walked out.
She walked on her own. And
Because Delisha said I had no option.
And then he didn't read it.
well,
I don't know what he did. I didn't even know what happened until he told me later.
Yeah.
I didn't say come with me. Ew.
Well, then you have a house divided one way or the other.
No,
you don't.
our house is at peace. I stand in my convictions, and I'm under his leadership.
Right. So you submit to her, and you go home, whatever happens at home, and then you come in here, and you're submitted. That's the right answer. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. I mean, again, if I'm submitted, like I've never been not submitted to you.
Yeah.
That's all I want to hear is that you're submitted to me. That's it.
You have not been submitted to her, child.
You have not been
That's why
submitted.
we're in this room right
That's why
now.
we're here.
But my point is, I love you, and I'm led by the Lord, and if
You're led by her.
no, but I'm led by the Lord first.
Well, so if your leading of the Lord is telling you you can't submit to everything she says, then you have a personal conflict, like Suzy was saying. You're saying you're led by the Lord. In DayStar, can you imagine all these employees showing up every day and saying, well, I appreciate you, what you're saying, but we're led by the Lord, and we'll need to pray about that before we do it. Hey, get out of here.
But that's true, but I wouldn't ask an employee to do something that's against their conviction if they felt really
you do it
strongly.
all the time.
Like what?
You think they want to work every time you tell them to work? You think that all your employees want to do exactly what you tell them to do?
No, I'm talking about something that would be, if you had a conviction that it might be wrong in front of, like under God's eyes.
Well, I think it would be wrong to ask them to sin. But other
But
than
this is not a sin. And it's just like
not a
this
sin.
pastor said, there were times when he was under authority that he didn't agree,
That's right.
but he submitted. And the Lord blessed him for that.
Yeah.
Because God works in straight lines.
Yeah.
And if you have
And
one out
see,
there-
that's where I think that, that makes sense. Obviously, I don't want to do anything that would be
well, you have been. And that's what we're telling you.
considered
right now.
witchcraft, but at the same time,
It is rebellion. It's a sin of witchcraft. It is stubbornness. It is idolatry.
It pretty much says online that Joni Lamb's net worth, the mom, it says 40 million as of 2004. 2024, excuse me. Is a New Testament to her successful career in Christian broadcasting. But you have to understand, they have an empire. So a lot of monies is not being accounted for. Remember, a lot of these people, they have so many things going on. Just like with TD Jakes and all of these guys, all this 501c3, they got all different types of things. Properties, cars, planes, everything under different LLCs and C Corps. Everything is hidden in different names. You can't even find what they really have. People are wicked, man.
It is all those things. You know that you can trust me. You know that you can. I have proven it over the years. And so either you trust me and you submit or you don't. And that's it. I just need to, that's all I need to know. You tell me you submit, I've submitted to you, Mom, I'm fine.
If the Lord came down to you and just said, Joni, I don't think this relationship is right with Doug, would you submit to the Lord?
Absolutely. 100%. I mean, you don't even know all the stuff that's happened.
Because I remember you framed that question to Reverend Piazza, and he struggled with being able to answer that.
Oh, I don't struggle.
But you're good.
at all.
Okay, that makes me feel good.
I promise
Because
you, 100%.
if you had said you're 100% resolute that God
No.
would never do that,
Listen,
because you realize that
I
you
took
could,
this-
you realize you could
I took
potentially
this
be wrong,
decision-
right?
I took this
you look
decision
at
very
someone
seriously.
I mean,
like
she could be wrong about marrying Doug.
potentially. I mean, you look at
In other words, she could have made a mistake.
potentially. I mean, you look at someone like Catherine Kuhlman, the most anointed woman of God, and she said the greatest mistake of her life.
Myself to Catherine Kuhlman, but let's just
But I'm just saying that the greatest regret of her life was their marriage, and
Jesus
fell apart.
appeared to me right now and said, "You have made a terrible mistake. I want you to get out of this marriage." Of course, I would do what Jesus said, but I'm just saying, before I ever did the marriage, I asked those questions.
But you're just gnawing on the same bone over and over and over related to Doug. Because you
Well, but that's what it's all about, right? I mean,
yes, it is. Absolutely.
that's
it
the
is.
whole point.
And you're saying to her, you're asking her a theoretical question, a rhetorical question, and you're saying, so if the Lord came down and told you you had made a mistake related to Doug, would you get out of it? Why are you even saying? I don't even understand.
Well, just to see
that.
your heart posture. I mean, you asked that.
Her heart posture. I'm saying she's been submitted through the whole process. She's been submitted to me and other people. Her and Doug were completely submitted to me. You haven't been, and that's why we're in this room right now.
No, I have. I mean, obviously,
but you're not her heart surgeon, and you're not her spiritual heart surgeon.
No.
And you continue to put everything back on her rather than taking your responsibility. I'm saying she's done everything she should have done, plus a lot. She's been very compassionate and very gracious to this whole situation with the family. And I'm saying the burden's on you, Jonathan. You're not going to put it back on her, not while I'm here. You keep putting the burden back on her. Would you, if God came and said you made a mistake, would you do something? Why are you even asking her a question like that?
See, Jonathan don't even realize his authority. I would have told him to shut the fuck up a long time ago. I'd be like, I'm the son. Who the fuck you think you talking to? And I would have set order straight up and down. See, this is the problem. And it goes to show that Jonathan is not really built to lead because he's like under his mama. You can see that. You can hear it in his tone. You can tell that he's not a man that is stern, straight up, and not going to sit there and take none of this nonsense from this other guy talking down on him. Because it's all about, it's a power struggle, right? That's what I'm seeing. It's a power struggle. You know? If I'm vice president, fam, y'all going to respect me. I'm going to speak my mind and I'm going to say what needs to be said. But they speaking to him like he ain't nobody. Now, if this is happening to the vice president, right, then what do you think about the janitor? What about the guy that's cleaning the elevator? They'll fire him in a heartbeat. Ain't going to be no Jesus love and all that. See, what I'm trying to show y'all, because a lot of y'all Christians that come to the platform, you get taken back because I drop a F-bomb here. Or, man, grow the fuck up and stop being stupid, fam, and listen to the truth. That's why I got your attention. That's why I got you up listening. The way they treating Jonathan, and he supposed to be a vice president or whatever the case is, think about how the average worker who's just trying to do their job, think about how they get treated. Think about the number of people that got fired just for looking at somebody the wrong way, or just got fired because somebody said something. They didn't hear it, but a credible person, or a reputable person, I should say, in the network said, well, that janitor right there, he had a recorder in his hand and I don't know what he was doing with it. They fired that person instantly. You see what I mean? They don't make no sense. When you see them going back and forth like this, you got to think about the person who's just trying to do their regular job, the treatment they get. Some of you be at the 9 to 5 and you know what I'm talking about because of your job title. Is like the superiors be looking down on you sometimes. Let me tell you something. When you're at the 9 to 5, the way supervisors talk to you, they got to be out of respect. Don't let a supervisor disrespect you. Don't let a supervisor think because they're a supervisor they could talk to you like you some little boy or some little girl. You check that shit at the door. When somebody getting out of pocket, it doesn't matter who the fuck you are. You could be the supervisor in the company. You come to me, you're going to respect. If you get out of line, I'm going to get out of line. And we're going to literally go toe to toe. And you could write me up. You could give me that memo. I'll fight that. But you're going to respect me. Anytime you see me, there's going to be tension in the room because I'm going to be the only worker in the company that's going to check your ass. And I don't care if you're the supervisor. I don't care. You a man just like me. And if you're a woman, you better have respect because I'm going to tell you about yourself too. You see, you got to give respect to get respect. Those are the rules of the street. So if you're on the job on a 9 to 5 and somebody's getting out of pocket talking down on you and you're a grown-ass man, grown woman, you need to check that at the door and make them apologize, say they sorry, and never do that again. You know? And if they keep getting out of line, you just report their ass. You send that email, get that paper trail going, send them things, go above, and send an email to the top person above that person. Send an email to their supervisor. Make sure you got some sort of proof, whatever the case is, and witnesses. And that'll deal with them. But sometimes when you do that, because of the chain of command and the way things work within that network, right? all of a sudden now they retaliating against you, which goes against company policy. This is why the whole 9-to-5 situation is all effed up, because it's like when you try to defend yourself or speak up about situations, then the supervisor retaliate by giving you more work or write you up for BS that normally no supervisor would write you up for, but they being petty. So they look for little things to try to write you up in order to get you fired. I already know how the 9-to-5 work. I already been there, done that. You see what I mean? So what I'm seeing with this family is pure evil. I'm concerned about the people that work at the bottom, the people that's at the bottom trying to get a check to take care of their kids, how they get treated. Think about that. Think about the submission. Think about the ass kissing they got to do. You got to look at this thing for what it is. If this is going on within the family and you're hearing it with your own ear, how does a regular worker get treated on an everyday basis? They damn near have to kiss ASS every day and walk on eggshells, because if they don't, they fired.
If God came to you right now, and he is, and saying you made a mistake, would you correct it? And that's exactly what's happening in the
Of course, without question.
Well, but you're not. You
No, but God didn't appear. He didn't speak that to me.
God has spoke to you.
Yeah, he has spoken.
He spoke to you through me. He spoke to you through Jimmy.
You're not God.
Well, we're God's representatives.
We're God's representative.
Yeah, but
None of them people at DayStar is God representative, fam. They all devils, bro. At the end of the day, those are false prophets. Those are wolves in sheep clothing. Everybody, including Jonathan and Suzy Lamb. All of them. They not lambs. Notice this. Jonathan and Suzy Lamb. Ain't no damn lambs here. Those are wolves in sheep's clothing, fam. The whole family is corrupt. Everybody there on the screen, corrupt. You know what I mean? It's all corruption. It's all being exposed now. The Most High is exposing all devils, bro. Cat Williams was right. We closing out 2024, but at the end of the day, the exposure continues.
you're not speaking.
But see, exactly.
Like, you're not.
Exactly. And all I'm saying is, you're giving an honest answer right now. And all you're saying is, hell no. I'm not saying
No, I'm not. I'm not
yes,
saying
you
that.
are. That's what you're saying.
It's not true.
You're just not saying it that clearly. You're saying no.
No, I just said, dude, I would.
If you had said yes, I'd be home by now.
Yeah, you got to report them to the union, but also you got to understand that the union reps, they be full of shit too. You know what I mean? A lot of times the union be playing games BSing because the job of the union, if to be honest with you, is just to keep the peace. The union wasn't made to really defend nobody, even though you might have a cool rep. Maybe depends on your situation. Maybe you might have a union rep that is actually cool, that works for the workers. You know what I mean? But for the most part, the union really don't care. They don't really like taking sides. They just like to be a mediator between. And what they do is just try to keep the peace. You know what I mean? But in order for you to have a real case, you have to have receipts. You have to have paper trails and timestamps and dates that show a pattern of a supervisor abusing their position and title, because that is not tolerated in the workplace. That's why if you work at the 9 to 5, you got to get the handbook for the workplace in terms of the rules, the regulations, company policy, and you got to read that. That's the Bible. You know what I mean? Once you know the company policy and you know how to play the game, you know the ins and the outs. So when your supervisor talking shit, you just bring up the company policy. You be like, listen, fam, according to section such and such and such, fam, you don't supposed to be doing that. You already out of pocket. So basically, I'm going to send this email off and do what I got to do. And you can't tell me to do such and such because that goes against section such and such on retaliating against the staff. Fam, I used to cut supervisors up, fam, with company policy. And I used to have them sitting there like, didn't know what to do. You know why? Because they can't play that game when you have that knowledge. They could only play that game on people that are ignorant, that don't know the company policy. Just like if you don't know the Bible, a pastor and a preacher can take advantage of you. If you don't know the Bible, a preacher can take advantage of you because you don't know the book. So he can tell you to give money you don't even have. He could tell you to pay tithes and you'll do it out of fear of getting a curse from God. This is what they do in the Christian church. That's why people be full of fear, scared. I got to give my tithe because my pastor said if I don't, I'm going to die. That God is going to curse my kids and I'm not going to be able to have food. That's a damn lie. The Most High never commanded nobody in 2024 to pay a tithe to a damn pastor. There is no scripture that says send 10% of your increase or your money to a pastor. It's a damn lie from the devil. Your church is not a storehouse. The storehouse stored food. Bring ye all the tithes to my storehouse that I may have meat in my house. Some translation says food in my house. Didn't say money. God don't need your money. God don't need a damn thing from you. When has the Most High had a need? When has God had a need and he need you? He don't need you. You need him. That's why he says, take no thought for your life. What shall you eat? What shall you drink? Look at the lilies of the field. Look at the birds of the air. They neither sow or whatever, but your heavenly Father take care of them. Oh, ye of little faith. But yet you got these damn pastors and these damn networks full of demons telling you a bunch of lies for years and years and years. It's a money-making business, fam. And most of these people be lineage to the bloodline of the devil. A lot of these people, fam, a lot of these families, they're bloodline of the devil. Do you understand me? And what they're doing is they've been controlling Christianity. These are the puppet masters. These are the ones pulling the strings. And now what they're doing in 2024, moving in 2025, is they getting the influencers to join the elite. So when you see these influencers mingling and bumping shoulders with these people or siding with them or being sympathetic with them, those YouTubers are of the devil. They're part of the elite too. All of them. They do it for a check. Don't be deceived. They don't care about Jesus. They don't care about your soul. It's a check. Bottom line. None of them is speaking the way I'm speaking. None of them is going as hard in the paint as I am. They can't. If they do, they're going to offend the elite. If they do, they're not going to get the check. They're all embedded together. Let's get back to the tapes.
No, you keep saying no.
We can end this now. And again, like I said, I mean,
I'll submit unless the Lord speaks to me and unless there's something that violates me. But you're submitted or you're not.
As of right now, I'm submitted.
As of right now.
I mean,
You're not submitted.
There's nothing I've done that has caused me to not be in submission.
There's nothing I've done that's caused me not to be in submission. Is that what you said?
Right.
You're not submitted, Jonathan. That's why we're in this room. You refuse to read that about Doug here, and nothing's changed.
You know what this is like? This is like you go to a church, right? You're a pastor, but then you got the head bishop that's over you, and they want to do something that is more inclusive for the rainbow members. And rather than the bishop read whatever it is, he called you up. He's like, come on, I want you to read this. And basically what it says, it goes against the Bible. But this is your job. You know, you get a check. And basically what the letter says is that we at this church love everybody, no matter what they do, no matter their sexual orientation or whatever the case is. And, you know, we're not we're a judgment-free zone. But it goes against your personal convictions based on the Bible. Now, what somebody of that community choose to do, that's their personal business. But if it goes against the scriptures, you have a moral obligation to speak up against that if you're a so-called pastor in a church. And if you're not willing to do that and stand on business, then you're not from God, you're from the devil. So you have the choice of telling that bishop or pastor, look, I can't read that. That goes against my conscience, man. I can't do it. Well, if you don't do it, you can't minister at this church no more. Well, then I'm out. I'm not going to do it. Because if you do it, that's how they make you sell your soul. That's how they make you denounce Jesus Christ in the public. Because when you say that, everybody on social media heard you. You'll never be able to recover. That's how they blackmail you. That's how they extort you. That's how they put you in a situation where you compromise your integrity. And now you're a part of the elite. Now you got to continue to do these things year after year because you have to please the devil. And if you don't, we may end up finding you in a river or in a car crash or whatever the case is, because they'll set you up to take you out. This is what they do in Christianity.
Since the beginning of this meeting, nothing's changed. We're still talking, you're still wrangling.
I'm not wrangling. I'm just saying.
What are you saying?
I'm saying. Well, like I said, I mean, I'm submitted to you. And I mean, I'll leave it at that. I mean,
Okay,
Are you good with that?
I'm good with it.
I'll hold you accountable to that.
And if you're not
Jimmy?
submitted, then you can just get your
Jimmy,
stuff
can I
and
say
go.
something?
Or you can say you are submitted.
all right.
Either way, it's in your court.
All right.
But if you're not willing to submit, you just need to get your stuff and don't come back.
That's
All right,
crazy.
so I'll say it again. I've always been fully submitted. The only thing I wasn't going to do was read things
I don't
that
want to
I
hear
don't
about
have to.
that. I want to hear either you're submitted or you're not. If you're submitted, we can work through this.
So you submission is just whatever you put in, whatever card you put in my hand, whatever it says, I have to read
Yeah.
it, and that's the job.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the job I submitted to here at DayStar is ministry to serve God, not about Doug. So in that case, I won't have. I will stand my convictions to be here for God, and not about Doug.
Okay, well, you're not called to be here for God. You're
Okay.
not called to even say those things.
You're not called here to be about God? Did y'all hear that? I mean, come on now. Wow. So she's called there to serve the machine. Rewind that back. This is crazy.
I'm not wrangling. I'm just saying.
What are you saying?
I'm saying. Well, like I said, I mean, I'm submitted to you. And I mean, I'll leave it at that.
It's like
Okay.
it's like they got guns to their
Are you
head,
good then?
man.
I'm good with it.
Listen to this part coming in.
I'll hold you accountable to that.
And if you're not
Jimmy?
submitted, then you can just get your
Jimmy,
stuff
can
and
I say
go.
something?
Or you can say you are submitted.
All right.
Either way, it's in your court.
All right.
But if you're not willing to submit, you just need to get your stuff and don't come back.
All right, so I'll say it again. I've always been fully submitted. The only thing I wasn't going to do was read things
I don't want
that
to
I
hear
don't
about
have to.
that. I want to hear either you're submitted or you're not. If you're submitted, we can work through this.
So you submission is just whatever you put in, whatever card you put in my hand, whatever it says, I have to read
Yeah.
it, and that's the job.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the job I submitted to here at DayStar is ministry to serve God, not about Doug. So in that case, I won't have. I will stand my convictions to be here for God, and not about Doug.
Okay, well, you're not called to be here for God. You're
Okay.
not called to even say those things that you're saying. You're called here to serve.
Okay.
Wow.
And
That is me
if-
serving God.
If you don't want to serve and submit to me, then you don't need to come back.
Wow.
And that's your choice.
So she's not about serving God, guys. She want them to serve her. This is a witch's coven, guys. I told you, this is an elite. This is Christian, a Christian cult, the secret society in religion. That's what this is.
I gave you the choice.
I never will quit. I would never, because I don't have permission from God. But if I'm being fired, so be it.
Can I say something?
Of course.
Jimmy, I love you. Mom, I love you.
I love you too. Very much.
Of course, you know I love you.
Of course.
But that's all in things.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll let y'all go.
All
All
right.
right. Ready?
All right. Thank you.
This is crazy.
You like I'm sweating.
This is absolutely crazy, fam. Imagine your own family is doing all of that. Your own family.
Oh yeah, so if you could just let me know the pastor you spoke to.
So what now?
Or you'll check.
I'll have to ask her.
Did you say that Sean Bowles was the prophetic?
I didn't say that.
Oh, you're not confirming
He
that.
is one of the people.
Oh, so, but that's not the prophetic one you spoke to?
He's one of the ones I'm talking to. He's not the one who said that thing.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You can trust me. Either you do or not, you're going to catch hell now, so get ready for it.
Wow. If you don't, you're going to catch hell.
Oh, we're
No, you are. But now God will see if you're a true leader or not. Now be one. Be one.
I'm not, we're completely
Jonathan,
great.
be a leader right now. This is your draw the line in the sand. So if you said the right thing, you're going to pay hell for it. But stand your ground. That's all I'm saying. Listen to me. I know what I'm talking about. You won't regret it. You won't regret submitting to me.
I love you, Mom.
I love you too, honey. I love you very much. And things are going to get better, especially between you and Doug. You handle that one. You handle it.
Mom, she is,
No, I'm just.
we're on the same page as
No,
like,
you're going to catch hell. So get ready for it. You are about to catch hell. So you handle her. You're her covering. Handle her.
Wow.
It's all redeemable. We can fix it. There's
Imagine this damn demon is telling her son, you need to go handle that woman you're with. You need to handle her. You're going to catch hell. Yo, this is crazy, man.
be a rough patch. So get ready for that. Okay. Thank you.
what's the after meeting? Is there an after, you want to post?
Yeah, I'm
huddle?
going to talk to him and tell you how to come up and talk to this.
Okay, do you want me,
I didn't want
do
to.
you want me to be involved in it, or?
No, not unless you want to say to Doug you're sorry for the way that.
Well, I mean, I have no, like, I want to clarify that at no point have I tried to be disrespectful to Doug or ignore him. Like, I feel like
If you want to,
we just haven't really crossed paths.
if you want to stay and say you apologize and that you're going to submit to my authority, that would be great for him to hear. That's up to you, but I don't want to hear all that other crap. I just told him to get ready.
I would-
He's going to catch hell.
I'm-
And he's either going to be a leader now or not, because he's going to catch hell for what he just did.
Yep.
Is it true?
Yep.
And so either he is the leader that God's called him to be, but this is going to be his Alamo.
Yeah.
So he's going to handle it and handle her or not. But I can tell him, I told him this will probably decide your leadership role here at DayStar, how you deal with that.
This is why it has to stop, Jonathan. It's just, it's a dead end. And you're at that dead end. And this is how it ends. And so with Suzy, be a leader, go home, tell her how it's going to be, and she'll get through it. And you'll lead her through
She'll
it.
get mad and scream and shout, but she'll get through it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I'll redeem my relationship with her.
That's
I promise
crazy.
you that. You can trust my leadership and you can trust me. You know me. You know my heart. She's wrong about this, just like she was wrong about she's wrong about this. She's wrong about Doug. You're wrong about Doug, and you're going to see that. I promise you're going to see it. I am not a novice. I've been doing this for a long time. He is not fooling me. He is not manipulating me. He has been amazing to me, and I am so happy And you should be happy for
Well,
that.
I'm happy you're
And
happy.
he loves you.
I'm happy you're happy.
Listen to me. He loves you. He loves my family. He took all of your
But
You could tell he's wearing a wire or some sort of hidden audio device. Because if I'm correct, I don't know if y'all can hear it. I got headphones on. It's like I'm hearing a heartbeat literally inside my headphones. It's weird.
Mom, I'm happy you're happy, but but you know how strong you are when it comes to personal convictions. I mean, didn't you decide not to have on Lisa Turkhurst because she had gotten divorced? I know you switched roles because you've changed your stance on.
No. I didn't change my stance. I found out that Denise was not honest about everything concerning that. And Lisa Turkhurst went through hell with her husband. And I was influenced by Denise in it.
So she had like a...
and she broke confidentiality as a counselor, which she never should have done.
So Lisa Turkhurst had like, what do you call it, abuse, I guess?
I think her husband was a serial adulterer.
No.
That's clear biblical grounds, yeah.
It's clear biblical grounds what Jimmy said concerning Doug. Like, and in fact, I'm going to have the theologian that Lisa Turkhurst
That's a good.
I'm going to have the theologian that talked about the reasons for biblical divorce, and one of them is abandonment. He's clear in the Bible, but it's just, you've got legalistic people that want to hold on to that other. Yeah. But let me have a minute with Jimmy.
He most likely has a wire on him and it's taped on his chest area. That's why we're picking up like heartbeat with all of the like movement of some sort of clothing or whatever. That's what you're hearing.
And I want to talk to him, share some personal stuff with him.
Did you read, Doug, the letter I wrote you?
The letter?
The email I wrote you. You did? How did he take it?
The one that I was telling about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just full of falsehoods and legalism and like Jimmy said, a lack of respect and honor. And
was he? How did he take it when you read it to him?
Well, I can go through it with you paragraph by paragraph, but let me talk to him for a minute. If I call Doug here, do you want to come in and say that? Do you want to say I'm sorry and I'm gonna?
No. I was just saying that if you wanted me to be involved in after meeting, I wasn't sure if like what you guys had planned.
The only reason for you to be here would be able to say, I'm going to submit to my mom's leadership and I'm sorry for the way I've acted.
But I haven't.
We don't have a plan. I just think you.
That's fine. All right. Love you. Okay.
So at this point, they pretty much wrapping it up. I don't want to play it no more because it's just a bunch of noise. But let me see. Let me turn this thing off right here. Okay. All right. So we reviewed this particular tape, right? There's another one, but I'm going to do that in the morning. All right. I'll do that one in the morning because we've been on thus far 4 hours. Wow. Felt like 2 hours, 4 hours. But man. So, all right. He put on a wire. He's wearing some sort of audio device. Clearly, he don't trust his mom. He knew he was going to probably go to social media with the info to expose the family's dirty secrets. There's also video of him claiming that they are afraid for their lives and they're basically in hiding because when you're dealing with these type of elite Christian networks and families, they'll put a hit out on you. And we've seen situations like this where people took out their own family because once this stuff hits the air, it just domino effect. It just destroys the whole dynasty, you know what I mean? So we have a lot more to do, man. You know, I have a lot more content to bring forth with this situation. And we're going to pretty much break it all down. Like there's a lot of dirt, a lot of drama, a lot of evil, a lot of people making videos. But here's the thing. All of these folks are embedded together, including the content creators that make videos regarding the situation. And I'm talking about the ones that are like more, how can I say? They want to compromise. Like, They're not exposing the devil. They more or less want to protect the image of Christianity. When you see those content creators, understand they're with the devil too. Because stuff like this, you're just supposed to expose. This is pure evil. You know? You can't look at this and think, okay, we can come to a solution and all agree. No. These folks is evil. So to all the Christians that don't like the fact that I cuss for whatever reason, did you hear how many times she was cussing? Isn't she a Christian? Why you don't got a problem with that? So you don't got a problem with that. You got a problem with me because I'm a black man that speak the truth. That's why I don't care. I'm going to say what I want. I'm a grown man. Period. I got your attention, didn't I? So we're going to get up on out of here. I got to go in the attic. Check out a few things. Somebody said at 3 something, going on 4 in the morning, you going in the attic. Got to take care of some things. You know? So it is what it is. My daughter was like, could I come? I said, no. Better not see you up there either. Because you know, in the attic, you know, you just don't, you gotta walk on the damn joist. You don't just go up there talking about, well, I'm gonna walk around. You gonna walk around, you're gonna fall through. You would. I seen a YouTube video with some dumbass. They went up in the attic in the house, and rather than walking on the, you know, the joist, the framing of the house, they stepped where the insulation is and just went straight through. And luckily they hit the steps because they went straight through. And if there was no steps there, they were going down 20 feet. 20 feet they would have fell. They lucky the steps was there. The steps broke the fall. Look it up on YouTube. It's crazy, man. So yeah, it is what it is, man. There's a lot to this story, man. Tomorrow's gonna get a little more hot because, man, the second audio that I gotta play, like we're gonna do that one. We're gonna do the one with the mom, with her public statement. We're gonna break down all these videos, man. We're gonna find the truth and expose the devil, man. Enough is enough, fam. Enough is enough. We can't keep playing this game. And again, to all you Christian content creators, I'm not with none of y'all. So let me just make that very clear. We're not friends, right? So just because you hear me talking about the Most High and quoting scriptures and X, Y, and Z, we not friends, bro. So don't even try to see like, no, I'm going to expose you. Because if you're not teaching the Bible the way it's supposed to be, I'm exposing you. I'm tired of the nonsense. All of you so-called influencers, you are part of the elite too. You're not just a YouTuber. You get a check. You get a check from the devil. I'm one of the only ones that pretty much is rolling solo. I'm one of the last of men that actually stand firm for the truth. Whereas all of y'all sold out. Y'all sold out. Marcus, yeah, you sold out, fam. I already knew you were dirty, bro. You ain't fooling me. You ain't fooling me, bro. I can see right through you. Yeah, you got a check. That's right. So it is what it is, man. We're going to go do what we got to do. I'll catch y'all in the morning or the afternoon. These Christians are scared when I go on live, bro. They get nervous. They start praying to the devil in hopes to stop me. But you can't stop this truth. You know? Can't. Most High called me to do this, bro. I'm good at this. Trust and believe that. So, hey, we're going to get up on out of here, man. Make sure y'all rate, comment, and subscribe to the channel. You know? Yeah. Rate, comment, and subscribe. Got to get some more of my lighting done and whatnot. I'm pretty much going through the wiring phase. Get all the LEDs and stuff set up. Got the soft boxes and stuff. I got to wait on another order to come in. Shout out to everybody that supports the GoFundMe. You know what I'm saying? It's a slow process, you know what I mean? But I'm still appreciative to those that actually supported the work, you know? But I had to rewire the whole studio because it's a larger space and it's a little more complicated. So I had to literally, it's just a lot of damn work, man. I can't wait for it to be done. Once it's done, I'm putting out 100 videos a day. I'm serious. 100 videos a day. Well, not 100 videos a day, but, you know. I'm going to put out a lot of content every day, every minute, because I got a lot of things to talk about. A lot. And I don't play when it comes to the grind. But we're going to be exposing these devils. We're going to be exposing the false prophet, the false teachers, keep you updated with all the latest news. And it is what it is. So, hey, shout out to everybody on the 9-to-5 grind. Stay safe out there, all the truck drivers on the road, all the brothers and sisters on the road. You know what I'm saying? Whether you white, black, whatever your ethnicity, if you're a truck driver, you know what I mean? Stay safe on the road. Make sure you go to that rest stop and rest up. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Shout out to everybody at UPS, FedEx, DHL, United States Parcel Service, Amazon. You know what I mean? All the delivery people. It is what it is. So y'all have a blessed one, fam. We'll get out and out of here, man. Y'all take care. Peace. We out.
If you like our content, consider supporting via Cash App at $Ringo TV Raw. Become a patron on patreon.com for exclusive video content not shown on YouTube. You could also support through PayPal at paypal.me/Ringo TV Raw. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the bell to be notified of new content. Follow me on Instagram at Ringo TV Raw.
This is Ringo TV Reactions. The whole Lola. I have to acknowledge somebody that's supported via the super chat. Ain't no way in this world I'm gonna shut down the show and I don't show no love and appreciation. Had to come on back on. Come on now. You gotta shout the people out. Let's see what we got here. Is that Exandra? Am I pronouncing that right? Hamilton? Appreciate you for your support, sponsoring the work. Had to come back. I had to come back, fam. I couldn't, listen. Nah, fam. You can't just end the show like that because here's the thing. While I was talking, she was probably in the process of getting her payment information to send out some support. And she probably thought that I was going to continue talking for a minute. And it's like right when she super chat, I already ended the show. She probably was like, oh, man. Oh, no. I see now. I'll come right back on. You can't play. You cannot play with the people that support the work. So shout out to Hamilton for the support. Right? Did I like the comment? Okay, there you go. All right. So I appreciate you for supporting the work. I really appreciate your support. Just know that when you support this work, it goes back into the production value of the content, right? So I had to come back on to acknowledge you for your support. So now I can go ahead and end the stream. I'll see y'all in the morning. Peace and blessings. We out. Peace. And also shout out to the mods, V-Dub Man, Show Shao, Sean the Navigator, Sherelle, Tracy, and Rebel for Almighty. Appreciate y'all. We out of here. Peace.
If you like our content, consider supporting via Cash App at $Ringo TV Raw. Become a patron on patreon.com for exclusive video content not shown on YouTube. You could also support through PayPal at paypal.me/RingoTVRaw. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the bell to be notified of new content. Follow me on Instagram at RingoTVRaw.
This is Ringo TV Reactions, the only channel on YouTube bringing you the truth 100% raw and uncut. I'm out. Peace.